Live from the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you into coverage of East Coast Conference Softball, streaming exclusively on Flow College. In their second ECC doubleheader in as many days, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Spartans of St. Thomas Aquinas College. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman alongside Nicholas Bavona, and this is the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's is our scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island, and they bring you our pregame coverage ahead of every CSI Dolphins home game. And Nick, first and foremost, it's good to be back covering CSI softball in person. Feels like it's been several weeks since you and I covered a game side by side, but you did have the call for a pair of thrilling CSI wins against Malloy 11 days ago. I joined you remotely from Florida for last weekend's doubleheader against D'Youville, and the Dolphins returned to action yesterday with a pair of losses against Mercy. They followed 4 conference wins to open the season with 4 straight conference losses, and that makes this an important pair of games here today as the Dolphins and Spartans meet for the first time this season.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Joe. These two teams come in today. You see the records on your screen. St. Thomas Aquinas 6-2 in the conference. We've known what they've done in years past, Joe. This is a team that has been at the top of this conference up until last season. They were on a chance to go for a three-peat up until D'Youville upended them in the ECC conference tournament. So this is a team that knows how to win. They're off to a good start as well here in 2026. And you mentioned what's happened for this Dolphins team the last couple of games. Obviously, 4-0 start was a great start for this team. But since then, 4 straight losses. And I think the most concerning part about those losses, Joe, in 3 of those 4 games, they have been shut out. The only 3 runs that they've scored in those last 4 games was Sharon Judson's 3-run homer yesterday against Mercy. So if there's any cause for concern, if you're a Dolphins fan coming in today, the Dolphins need their bats to come to life, especially in a doubleheader where I know you're going to mention this in a little bit, where the pitching is very scarce. When you had a doubleheader yesterday, another doubleheader here today, the Dolphins bats need to come to life in a big matchup with the Spartans.
They sure do, Nick, and this is a doubleheader that can completely change the trajectory of your season. 6-4, 5-5, a lot different than 4-6. However, the Dolphins do have some margin for error, and despite the recent losing streak, the Dolphins do still find themselves in great position in the conference standings with less than 1 month to go ahead of their regular season finale. This is about that time where you and I begin to talk ECC standings at the start of each broadcast, and looking at the conference standings, the Dolphins are firmly locked into the number 4 seed as of this morning, and regardless of today's results, they cannot fall out of a playoff spot today, even with 2 losses to the Spartans. That being said, as I mentioned already, their margin for error could tighten quite a bit depending on how the other ECC doubleheader plays out and how the rest of the Saturday schedule plays out. That depends, of course, on whether the Dolphins win 1, win 2, or don't win at all here today.
Yeah, I think, obviously getting those first 2 wins against Malloy helps because that's one of the teams that are right now on the outside looking in. But if you look at the grand scheme of things as well, Joe, you want to get at least maybe one of these games and get a win in this matchup. This is a Dolphins team that struggled in their team's history against this stacked team. I think they're 2-18 all time against stacked since they moved to the D2 level. And I think that's another thing that if you're a Dolphins fan, you're coming into this game, 4-game losing streak, offense bats have not been really there the last couple games too. Now you want to get back on track, and you're facing a team that's been at the top of the conference for the last 4, 5, 6, however many years you want to say, and you have to find a way to get those bats to come alive. You need some really good, strong pitching as well here today. I'd be curious to see what the Dolphins' plan of attack is for the pitching here today. Kennedy Ruth will get the start in Game 1. Game 2, I feel like, is going to be more of a question for CSI, but we'll see. We've seen Emma Powell pitch in relief this season. Wouldn't be surprised maybe if she gets a start in one of these 2 games, maybe in Game 2, obviously, but could expect to see her also in a long relief appearance. So really pivotal matchup for these 2 sides. And for CSI, not only do you want to get this conference win and try to end that losing streak, but you want to gain some momentum because you're trying to avoid the teams that are behind you right now, avoiding the opportunity for them to jump up ahead of you in the standings.
And we've spoken a lot about the roster turnover for the Dolphins this year, and I think we've reached that point in the season where it has become clearer what the regular lineup is going to look like and where this team is trending statistically. And when you look at the team batting average, the Dolphins are about 20 points behind where they finished last season batting, and the batting average against their pitching is also about 30 points higher than it was last year. However, they have already stolen 9 more bases than they did all of last season, and they're on a pace to commit far fewer errors than they did in 2025. Who have been some of the players for this CSI team that they will need to produce for the final 4 weeks of the season if they're going to hold on to a playoff spot and reach the postseason for the first time as a Division II program?
Well, I think some of the current players that you have to look at that can help them, you have to first look at some of the standouts from the last couple of weeks. You look at Miley Mendoza, who I've said a couple of times already the last few weeks has been the highest hitter for this Dolphins team. We'll get a look at it later. One of those games against Malloy. Hit her first home run of the season. She's been a red-hot bat. Judson, of course, yesterday with a 3-run homer as well. But I think they also would like to see Olivia Warner get her batting average back up. Remember, at one point, she was hitting near 430 on the season. It's dropped down a little bit to 364, which is still a really impressive batting average. But compared to what she started the season off, it's been a little bit of a cooler start for her so far these last couple of weeks. So you would like to see her get her bat come to life. You also look at Abby Morris has been red hot of late. Madeline Paul, who of course had the game winner against Malloy in Game 1, has also been a really impressive bat, as well as Gianna Lopez, who arguably, to me, Joe, is one of the 2 best Dolphin defenders in the field. Her, as well as Del Masto, really have shown out these last couple of weeks, too, on the defensive side of things, and have really, provided that stat you mentioned with the Dolphins not committing as many errors as they did last season. Really strong defense in the field has helped the Dolphins stay alive in a lot of these games. It's all going to come down to, can their bats come back to life and get them some run support?
And finally, Nick, when you look at the all-time series between these two teams, and you touched on it already, it has been all Spartan. Stack has won 18 of the 20 meetings with CSI, including a 14-game winning streak that was snapped last season in a 5-3 Dolphins victory. And speaking of last season, the 2025 campaign was ended for the Spartans by the same Deauville Saints team that eliminated the Dolphins from playoff contention on the regular season's final day. I had the chance to cover the ECC softball championship final last year, and the Spartans were forced to watch the Saints celebrate a conference title on their home turf in Spark Hill. When you look at the Spartans roster of position players, there are plenty of returners who are continuing to produce at the level of conference championship contention. However, only 2 innings in 2026 have been thrown by a pitcher who also pitched for this Spartans team last year. All of that being said, who are some of the names to watch at the plate and in the circle for the Spartans team?
Well, I think first off at the plate, you have to start with Sophia Morella, who's been in a remarkable season, Joe. She is just a sophomore, but has hitting .418, 6 home runs, 27 RBIs. That's unheard of, in my opinion, for a sophomore in their second season. You look at Trinidad Santiago, senior coming into this year, another strong performance this season. 7 home runs, 28 RBIs, 368 batting average on the year. Olivia Leone also 394, 3 home runs, 19 RBIs. I think if you're a Dolphins pitcher, this team knows how to hit home runs, so I think that's a cause for concern on one side of things. In the circle, you look at Emma Grace Pop, is a freshman this season. You mentioned is now one of the returners from last season's team. 9-1 on the season, 83 innings in the third of pitch so far, 70 hits, 57 runs, 42 earned, 40 walks, 85 strikeouts, Joe, already on the season. It has been impressive what she's done so far. And Lauren Falk, who I would assume would maybe get the start in Game 2. She started 14 games this year, 7-8 on the season with 12 complete games. And she's also had a really strong strikeout rate, 13 walks to 53 strikeouts. The Dolphins we saw against Deauville did not take a lot of pitches in that game against the Saints. I would tend to think they would need to take a little bit more pitches here today against a Spartans team that can strike out any hitter at the plate.
Will be interesting to see the Dolphins' approach as they enter a doubleheader against St. Thomas Aquinas College coming up in about 10 minutes. But Nick and I will step aside and take a break right here as we get set for the introduction of starting lineups and the playing of the national anthem. Coming up next, it's the Buffalo Wild Wings Game Rewind as we take a look back at the last Dolphins win, a thrilling walk-off against Malloy back on March 31st. That's coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet. Joe Foreman and Nicholas Bavona back with you from the College of Staten Island. And Nick, I have to admit, I was a bit jealous that I didn't get to join you on the call for the thrilling sweep of Malloy that pushed the Dolphins to 4-0 in conference play back on March 31st. And fortunately for me, we'll get a chance to break down some highlights from Game 2 of that doubleheader right here.
Yeah, it was a thrilling doubleheader, Joe. We start off with Miley Mendoza. I mentioned it before. Home run just down that left field foul pole. Gets to stay fair and puts the Dolphins up early 1-0.
Dolphins also utilizing some small ball to go along with the long ball by Mendoza. The Dolphins greeting her at the plate, but they get a rally started here on a bunt single by Julia Del Masto. First and second, nobody out.
That was in the bottom of the fifth inning, that bunt right there by Del Masto, who I mentioned also had a really strong performance in the outfield on that day. And then we'll see in just a few short moments, we'll see Madeline Paul get a sacrifice fly for the Dolphins. The game tied at that point. She would bring home the go-ahead run at that point for the Dolphins to give them a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Paul right in the middle of the Dolphins scoring during this game. We fast forward now into extra innings. The Dolphins batting in the bottom of the 10th, and you can see nightfall over the CSI softball complex as Paul reaches on a hard-hit ground ball infield single.
And something that she's done all season long, Joe, stealing bases. She's still perfect on the year, just gets into second, ball gets into the outfield, she reaches third base and is now representing the tying run in scoring position.
The Dolphins will then move the winning run into scoring position on a bunt attempt. Underhand toss to home, no Lyon covering second base, and the Dolphins now have two in scoring position, one-run game, winning run at second.
And that tying run will come around on the Bridget Modley RBI single. Game knotted up at 3. And, Joe, you'll see right here, they get a big hit from Gianna Lopez.
They sure do. 2 outs in the 11th inning. It is a double by Lopez. And the winning run moves into scoring position with that base hit.
A big hit right there by Lopez with 2 outs in that 11th inning to extend the inning for the Dolphins and keep them alive in that one as they look to walk it off. And, Joe, you would see it, 2-2, right up the middle. Base hit for Kaylee Carey. She walks it off for CSI. I mentioned it in that spot. She came into the game as a defensive substitution in the 9th inning. 2 innings later, she's the hero for the Dolphins.
A big win for the Dolphins. That one pushed them to 4-0 against the ECC and made me a bit jealous in the process. Wish I could have been there. Joe and I almost made it back from Pomona in time to catch the end of that game. That's how long into the night you were out here covering Dolphins softball. We have had one doubleheader here at home since. For those who don't know, I called Game 2 with you from Naples, Florida. We tried to get me on for Game 1, but internet issues prevented our stream from functioning properly. It's been a battle with the Wi-Fi all season long, Nick. It looks like we are good to go thus far here this morning. We are about 4 minutes away from our scheduled first pitch. Starting lineups have not yet been introduced. The national anthem still yet to be played. They'll take care of that in just a few moments. And Nick and I will step aside off headset. And when we come back, first pitch between the Dolphins and Spartans coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet, as always streaming exclusively on Flow College. Joe Foreman back with you alongside Nicholas Pavona from the CSI Softball Complex as we get set to begin today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island and St. Thomas Aquinas College. And Nick, very quickly, you have the starting lineups for both teams as much as we can get in ahead of first pitch.
Batting first and playing second base, number 2, Elise Marcano. Batting second at short, number 6, Adriana Cora. Batting third and playing behind the plate is number 23, Olivia Leone. Batting fourth, the designated player, number 33, Sophia Morella. I'll give you the rest of those lineups in just a moment, Joe. We're about to have our first hitter of the day. As I mentioned, Elise Marcano going to lead it off for the Spartans. Rest of the lineup follows 00, I should say, not 0 on the live stats. Trinidad Santiago, batting 6th in the right field, number 1, Yasmin Garcia. Batting 7th at first base is number 27, Alyssa Haberstroh. Batting 8th in the center field, number 15, Jordan Gautier. And batting 9th in the left field is number 9. That is going to be Naya Diaz.
First pitch of the game, in for a strike. 0-1.
Had to go towards the pronunciation, make sure I had those right. That's why a little bit of a pause in between some of those.
Brad always does a great job with the pronunciation guide as the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike on Marcano.
Now, waiting to see if you're going to make that joke you did the last time we were at Stack.
Oh, well.
I'm not going to fall for it this time.
Maybe later.
I'll probably fall for it later. I'm ahead of it now.
The 1-1 pitch misses high, 2 balls and 1 strike. And I think, Nick, you and I have spoken about it many times already this year, but the command for Kennedy Ruth is what has put her in a tough spot early in many games. The walk rate is up, and she's behind 3-1 here.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that she had to pitch also yesterday, I don't think that helps either. So you have a high walk rate on the season. You're pitching back-to-back days, and not easy for any pitcher.
47 walks and 68 in the third, and there's walk
right
number
there.
48.
Meanwhile, for the Dolphins, their defensive alignment from first to third, you have at first base Taryn Judson. Second base, you have Bridget Motley. Over at shortstop is Kaylee Carey. At third base, Gianna Lopez. From left to right, Madeline Paul gets to start out in left field. Mylene Mendoza out in center. Abby Morris out in right. So that might be the first time, Joe, we've seen Madeline Paul out in the outfield this season.
I think this may be the first time here at home for sure that we've seen Rose Joseph catching Kennedy Ruth as well.
That's true.
And another first, as the Spartans do have the leadoff base runner on the walk to Marcano. Adriana Coira at the plate takes high, and she's quickly in front, 2-0. But, Nick, this is also the first time that the Dolphins have played on consecutive days, I believe, all season.
I believe you're correct.
Which is remarkable considering how softball is scheduled. More than once they were scheduled to play on consecutive days. It just hasn't happened yet, as that's taken for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, Mother Nature and some other scheduling conflicts have prevented that from this so far that happening this season. But the Dolphins, for the first time, will have that be the scenario.
And the 2-1 is at the knees for a called strike, 2-2 the count.
Be big for Ruth right here. After falling behind the count 2-0, get a punch after giving up that leadoff walk.
Adriana Coira comes in hitting a .319 on the year. And she goes after that pitch low and away for strike 3 swinging.
Good job by Ruth. Ballot back in that at bat, Joe. Down 2-0, 3 straight strikes, and got her to chase on that outside pitch. A huge on number 1.
That is a big strikeout for Kennedy Ruth after issuing a leadoff walk. To the plate now is the catcher, Olivia Leone. And a pitch in for a strike, 0-1.
And I mentioned at the heart of this order what the Spartans have done this season. Leone coming into today hitting almost 400 with 3 home runs and 19 RBIs. After her, Sophia Morella with a .418 batting average, 6 home runs and 27 RBIs.
Good off-speed pitch there, had Leone out in front. And now Ruth is ahead in the count, 0-2.
And we've seen Ruth go to that off-speed pitch a lot of times this season to fool the batters, and she certainly fooled Leone right there. And now looking for a second straight punch-out.
I'm not sure how you can get a good swing on that pitch if you don't expect it. That time Ruth came inside, but the fastball, it remains 0-2. But You said it, Nick. A lot comes off Kennedy Ruth's off-speed pitch, and I haven't covered as many games as you have here at the softball complex, but it seems like she hasn't gone to that pitch too often. She sprinkled it in just enough to get those early swings. Runner going on the pitch, throw into the runner is not in time. And Marcano steals second base to move into scoring position.
Carey just cutting that one off to make sure it didn't go into the outfield, but stolen base right there by Marcano. She is now with 9 stolen bases on the season with that last one.
Nick, I was looking for the stolen base tally, just found it.
Yeah, it's at the very tail end.
Stack, not a sidearm formatted website, as that one's chopped straight into the turf. Foul ball, and it remains 1-2 on Leon.
You have to do some mental math, the stolen base while also caught stealing.
That is true, that is true.
Brad, making sure you're on your toes with that one.
Marcano has not been caught this year. 28 stolen bases, has not been caught yet. Another 1-2, chop foul.
Yeah, where do you see that, Joe?
Caught stealing is the next column over.
Am
I on the wrong season? I'm on last season. They got me.
I'm like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense.
I was looking at the stats from last year during my pregame notes, and when I typed in Stack Athletics, we defaulted back to last year as the wild pitch moves the runner up to third. I was going to say, that's a lot of stolen bases.
I was going to say, as a team, they have 28 stolen bases coming into the day.
You didn't catch me when I said that Coira came in batting .319 when it was in fact .281?
I couldn't see it because I was looking at our production, but it didn't sound right when you initially said it. So you know what? I'll take his word for it. I can't see the stats at the moment.
The count runs full on Leon. There also is a button that you click on the sidearm websites that narrow the stats down to only conference games.
Right.
And I called the doubleheader many years ago. It might have been a decade now. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that misses high and outside, ball 4. So after Ruth got ahead with a 2-strike count, Leon is able to work the walk, second of the inning issued by Ruth.
And you're facing arguably the most dangerous hitter on the Spartans lineup in Sophia Morella, who's had a tremendous 2026 season so far.
So to wrap up the point I was about to make quickly, 10 years ago, calling a doubleheader, it was a conference tournament game, early round game. I accidentally clicked that button, and I used only the conference stats for all of our graphics, all of my analysis.
Oh, no.
And, after a while, I started to think, this seems like a very low at-bat total for a full season. And sure enough, I was on the conference-only stats.
You were right.
0-1 the count.
Happens to the best of us.
There's a big swing and a miss. Count 0-2 now on Morella.
Well, you could tell what she was trying to go for right there, Joe. She was looking for a 3-run homer to put her team up early, but fastball right past her, now 0-2.
Morella hitting at .418, as Nick mentioned during the pregame, and she bounces one over the circle. The runner is out at second, and they turn the double play. Carey steps on the bag just in time for the force. The throw on to first there, just ahead of Morella, and the Dolphins escape the first inning unscathed. The Spartans strand a couple on base, and we head to the bottom half of the first inning. No score between Staten Island and St. Thomas Aquinas. And we are back from the CSI softball complex. No score between the Dolphins and Spartans as Abby Morris looks at a strike. 0-1. And Dolphins going with a bit of a different looking lineup. And Nick, I made the point during the pregame, we're at about that time in the season where you get the sense of who's going to play. And just when you think you have things figured out, a surprise lineup card throws things for a loop. But at least in terms of the games I've covered in person here at CSI, this is the first time I've seen this lineup.
I would also venture to say that's the first time I've seen this lineup too. I mentioned Abby Morris has been red hot for this team. She's now hitting 400 exactly on the season. Also been playing some really good defense out in right field, and she hits leadoff to start this game. Is up in the count 2-1.
2-1 on the way, and that one's chopped straight down into the turf, foul ball. Lauren Falk in the circle for Stack. She's made 16 appearances, and 14 of those are starts. As Nick mentioned during the pregame, 7-8, 12 complete games, 82 1/3, 109 hits, 60 runs, 46 of those earned. She has walked 13 and struck out 53. Comes in with an ERA of 3.91 and a whip around 1.5. So she does put runners on base, but has done a good job of keeping those runners from coming in, as Morris did hold up the swing and will draw a leadoff walk.
And so already, Joe, already one batter into the game, but I think I mentioned this already earlier. The Dolphins, last game against Duville here at the softball complex, did not take a lot of pitches against the Saints in both games, especially in game number 2. I think they only faced around 70 pitches in game number 2, already getting a leadoff walk after forcing the count full.
And you mentioned as well, Nick, the Dolphins in 3 of their last 4 losses have been shut out. And even if they're not lighting up the scoreboard in the hit column, you can get a lot of traffic by drawing walks and being a bit more patient, as you touched on during the pregame. Gianna Lopez ahead, 1-0, looking to bunt, sends that one foul. And do you think that's a bunt for a hit or a sacrifice all the way?
Sacrifice all the way. That's what I think.
Does she try it again here?
I don't think so. I think that one was maybe to catch them off guard. I think she's going to swing away in this one.
1-1. I'm almost inclined to think, Nick, that it was an attempt for a hit doubling as a sacrifice in this spot. With how hot of a bat Lopez has been swinging, I think if you're bunting, you're trying to double that as an attempt for a hit. And there's a ground ball left side, deep in the hole. It's bobbled it short, and everyone is safe. Coira bobbled it deep in the hole. Now, was it hit slowly enough to award a hit there, Nick? What do you think?
That's an error.
Okay.
That's an error.
Yeah, you know, it was hard to tell off the bat just how much was on that ball, but let's see the replay.
And the reason I say that, Joe, is she was looking to make the throw. So while she was putting her glove down, she put her head up to try to get a play over at second.
You'll have to give me the wide shot, Nick. I need to see this again. My instinct was that it was an error, but it was hit slowly.
Here it is really quick before this next upcoming pitch.
Yeah, I think they had her at first, but it would have been very close.
They might have even had her at second if it was a quick throw.
I don't know about that.
It had to be quick of a throw. I think that's what the problem was. I think she was looking maybe to go to second.
Yeah.
And because she was down with the glove and was looking up, that's what caused the error to happen on the play.
I'll tell you, Nick, I think that's an error. It was going to be a very close play at first.
Yeah. Yeah, Lopez is a very good, capable runner. They're beating that one out.
Olivia Warner at the plate was quickly ahead, 2-0, and takes a strike to make it 2-1. Dolphins threatening early with 2 on in the first inning as Warner takes a big cut. And I think she did get a piece of that one into the catcher's glove, 2-2.
Off-speed pitch right there. Maybe got her to fool around a little bit. But these are the opportunities, Joe, that the Dolphins really haven't been able to capitalize these last couple games.
And Warner takes low and in, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And now, if you're Falk, I think you have to throw Warner a strike here. You can't load the bases with nobody out. Dangerous hitter at the plate, though.
Yeah, big spot already for these two teams.
The payoff pitch on the way. And Warner goes down swinging.
Yeah, you can see it, Joe. She was a little bit behind on that fastball on the inside, kind of jammed her up a little bit. That's a huge punch out for Falk right there to get the first out of the inning.
That pitch looked like it had a little bit of break to it. But you said it, Nick. Falk attacked her on the inner half and perhaps tied Warner up just enough to get the swing and miss. Now Madeline Paul with 2 on and 1 out takes low for ball 1.
And you and I always like to mention this too. When you have a runner in scoring position with nobody out, you want to at least get a run at this spot. You don't want to give the other, opposing side an opportunity to keep the game scoreless. So I think if you're the Dolphins in this spot, they really could use at least a run in this spot now. We're now 1 out and still both runners on first and second.
Count 1-1 on Paul after she took a strike call on the outside corner. Pitch on the way from Falk. Taken low, ball 2. She's put Leone to work behind the plate, blocking that pitch low in the turf. A ball to the backstop would put 2 in scoring position.
Feels like a lot of her pitches also coming on the inside as well.
There's a chopper foul, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. You mentioned the strikeout numbers for Emma Grace Pop, 85 and 83 and a third. Falk with just 53 and 82 and a third. As that one's chopped to short, they will flip to second for 1, but Paul runs too well as she easily beats the throw over to first.
Well, they will get the out over at second base. The lead runner now moves over to third. But now a chance here for Falk to get out of the inning unscathed, keep the game scoreless. It's going to be up to Bridget Modley to try to get the Dolphins the first run of this game.
I think they have to turn Joe's volume up just
a bit.
Well, then they have to turn it up in the dugout again as the runner takes off, and Paul will steal another bag. Though she's called out. Well, that was surprising, Nick, I have to admit.
I was very surprised because you saw it, Joe. It was a late throw to second base, too.
I'm assuming that they said Paul's foot was over the bag on the slide, but we'll get one more look on replay, perhaps on the wide shot. What'd you see there on the tight shot?
I'll look at the tight shot just a moment. I don't see anything there. I think you're right. Maybe the tire shot.
I thought for sure she was safe, Nick, but
I thought so too.
The call is out, and the inning is over. No score after 1 from the CSI Softball Complex.
Top half of the second inning here at the CSI Softball Complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Spartans. Joe right now attending to our public address microphone, so for the meantime, I'll be on the call for the second inning. CSI had a very interesting play to end that last half inning. Have a chance to look at the replay once again as Kennedy Root's first pitch is in there for a strike. Trinity Santiago leading off here for the Spartans here in the top half of the second inning. But looking at the replay over at second base, I didn't see Madeline Paul's foot come off the base. It'd be really tough to tell from here, unless you're on, maybe, Joe, on a TV or a mobile device, you can see it clearer. I could not see the foot coming off the base on the inside shot.
Nick, I always get on you when you assume.
I did that last game.
I very much assumed on that play, and, well, I made a rear end out of you and I.
Well, here's another look at it from the close-up shot. You could tell immediately she's on the base. She beats the throw with ease.
Yeah.
The question is, did the foot come off? And I, for me, cannot see it from where we are, but maybe it did. I just can't tell.
Sometimes, Nick, they just miss it. It happens. As the 1-2 is hit high in the air, deep to left center field. Long run, Mendoza looking up. It's out of here. I return to the commentary desk, and immediately it is Trinity Santiago with a solo home run. That puts the Spartans in front, 1-0 to begin the second inning.
That's her 8th home run of the season, Joe. She has been a problem for a lot of pitchers here this season. 8 home runs now, 29 RBIs. The senior just continues to rake and gives Stack an early 1-0 lead.
Santiago continuing her tremendous season, extending her team lead in home runs to a pair now. Dolphins now trail 1-0 as Yasmin Garcia takes a strike, 0-1.
And I know we already assumed that one thing, but I would assume that probably leads the conference in home runs.
That is something we can find out very quickly, Nick.
I'm already here.
Already there. Foul ball sent over the Spartans' dugout. 0-2 the count on Garcia.
Just waiting for it to load.
Go to the leaders. You can do it that way too.
That just put her ahead.
And she overtakes a former Dolphin in Olivia Wanzer. Also has 7 home runs.
As also overtakes her own teammate, Sophia Morella.
1-2 the count on Garcia. And that's hit deep to left field.
That's
Paul
good,
racing
Joe.
toward the wall, and she watches that one sail out of here. Back-to-back home runs for the Spartans. This time it is Yasmin Garcia. And Stack doubles their lead. They go in front, 2-0.
And that's her first home run of the season right there by Garcia, and that one was a no-doubter off the bat. You could just tell Madeline Paul had no chance out in left field. That one was a towering shot. Back-to-back home runs. Stack now leads 2-0.
Well, you look at the power of this stacked team, and they entered the day with 18 home runs total. They've now reached 20 with back-to-back long balls off Kennedy Ruth. Seemed like the Dolphins had seized a bit of momentum coming out of the first inning, the top half anyway, turning that double play and keeping the game scoreless. But it began with a call at second base that did not go their way, and now back-to-back home runs have them in a 2-run hole. At the plate now, Alyssa Haberstroh. She's ahead 1-0, and that one's hit high in the air, shallow left. Paul coming in, and she will make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Much needed out right there for Kennedy Ruth after giving up the back-to-back home runs. Gets that fly out into shallow left field.
Jordan Gauthier will be the batter here.
I will admit, when I first saw that name without looking at the pronunciation, I took an assumption on that one. Thankfully, I was right.
So I was not the first to make a rear end out of you and I.
Well, I was right.
Okay, you got it right?
Yeah, I got it right.
Okay, there you go.
Like I said, I assumed, but this time the assumption was correct.
You assumed correctly.
I assumed correctly. Not very often I do that. Got to take some wins somewhere.
Fair enough. 0-1 the count on Gauthier. And that's taken high. 1 ball and 1 strike. For Kennedy Ruth, those 2 home runs, the 7th and 8th she has allowed this year. 1-1. Off-speed pitch taken low, 2-1.
And if you remember also, Joe, from that doubleheader that we saw the last time against Duville, Ruth had that one bad inning. That was in the second inning. Allowed 4 runs, but she did do a good job of keeping that the only runs of that game. So it'll be up to her to try to keep it now and keep it a 2-run deficit. But that was big for Stack to get out of that last half inning, not giving up a single run, especially when it was first and second, nobody out.
Well, I think something that she has done well this year, she's been in a lot of innings that threatened to spiral completely out of control. And I think she's been able to stay in games and limit the damage through a lot of very tough innings over the course of the year. When you look at the numbers, of course, they're not where we're accustomed to seeing them, but I think she's done a good job battling through a lot of adversity this year, because there were innings where it looked certain that she would get chased from the game, and she just found a way to get through it. Meanwhile, she issues the walk here to Gauthier. Third walk of the game issued by Ruth, and the Spartans have a 1-out base runner.
They'll bring up Naya Diaz now. After her, it's back to the top of the lineup for this Stack lineup.
First pitch on the way. Taken low and inside, ball one. Dolphins trying to get the pitch call from the dugout here. 1-0 on the way. Inside once again, 2-0.
And you would hate to walk the number 8 and number 9 hitter in the lineup and then bring it back to the top of the lineup with a runner in scoring position. So Ruth's got to find a way to get some strikes here.
And we talk about it a lot, how teams need to get those outs at the bottom of the order, and there's plenty of depth in a lot of the lineups throughout the conference. That being said, typically there is a bit of a drop-off near the bottom of the order, and those are the outs you have to get as a pitcher. And putting base runners on, especially via the free pass for the top of the order, not a recipe for success, as that one was ripped foul.
They're going for a hit and run on that last one.
Yeah.
Well down the left field line foul.
Gautier this year has stolen 4 bases and been caught once. Count even at 2 on Diaz. And Ruth misses high, ball 3.
Almost similar to the last at bat, was a strike away from getting the strikeout, and then gave up 2 straight balls to walk the batter, and is in danger of doing so right here.
Payoff pitch on the way. And that's hit deep toward the left field corner, but Paul has room just shy of the warning track. And that's the second out of the inning. And Nick, I think it's something that you and I have both noticed with command issues for a pitcher. I think as the season goes on and the book gets out, teams are really starting to wait Kennedy Ruth out.
Yeah. Okay, once you get that scattering point, watching a couple of these games, you'll know exactly what you want to do at the plate.
Elise Marcano, the batter, walked her first time up, and she takes high and outside, ball 1.
Joseph saving that one from going to the backstop, allowing the runner to move into scoring position.
The 1-0. Runner going. Throw once again into the runner, and Carey nearly able to apply that tag off the short hop. That was awfully close, but I think Carey's glove was just a bit in front of Gautier.
I think Gautier might not be, disheartened by that, because I thought initially it was going to hit off of her helmet initially. Yeah. But Carey prevented that from happening.
That throw was well short of the bag, but very much into the runner. We've seen 2 of those already. The 1-1 to Marcano is sliced foul the other way, 1-2. Ruth 1 strike away from limiting the damage to 2 here in the second. And with runs being at a premium for the Dolphins much of the last couple of weeks, this is a big out to get with a runner in scoring position, 1-2. Outside, 2-2.
A lot of 2s are already all around the board.
A lot of 2s. Runner on second, 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runs on 2 hits for the Spartans.
Number 2 at the plate.
And number 2 at the plate. There's a weak grounder to second.
Hit to number 22.
Motley, number 22, scoops it up and throws out Marcano to retire the side. We're through 1.5 at the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins now trail 2-0. Bridget Motley will lead off the home second inning for the Dolphins as she looks at a strike, 0-1.
Well, Motley, of course, batted back in that first inning, and then that controversial play over at second base. Is there another chance here in the second?
And that is taken inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. And we mentioned the Dolphins offensively have been starved for runs during their last 4 conference games, haven't won any of those. And Motley has seen her batting average drop during that stretch fairly significantly as well, now hitting .264. You could argue she's had one of the biggest hits of the Dolphins season with that game-tying hit against Malloy that we got to look at earlier. Count now 3-1 on the Dolphins' second baseman. First inning began with a walk. And Motley will begin the second for the Dolphins with what would have been an out at first, but the throw was dropped. And
I think, did you see the umpire make the motion to say out until the ball was
well,
dropped?
the throw beat her, and she would have been out. Now, is that an error for a muffed throw at first base, or is that not routine enough from the outfield?
I don't think that's routine enough from the outfield. Is that more
because the throw was there? She dropped the ball.
Yeah, as I say, is that more on the error on the first baseman?
Well, that's an error on the first baseman for sure.
Now
if you give it an error. Do you give that an error? Is that a routine play, throwing a runner out at first from the outfield?
It's tough because it's not a routine that we're accustomed to seeing.
I'm giving that a hit personally.
They gave it a hit on the board, so.
Yeah, I'm giving that a hit. I think you had.
It's not routine enough.
Yeah, I think you had a very, very big stretch by Haberstroh at first, and I think she was trying to get that one into her glove and secure it a bit more quickly, and I think that caused the muff.
Got a second look at it right there.
They had her. They definitely had her if the throw was handled cleanly. It was close, but it wasn't that close that it was questionable. I think she was definitely going to be out.
I don't know, Joe.
No?
Because I'm looking at the replay, and it was almost at the identical spot that she hit the base. That ball was in the glove.
Yeah, on that look, Nick, maybe not. It's a hit. It's a hit. But
it's a hit.
I'll tell you, the call was not going to be safe.
No,
that ball
she was
caught.
Not. No, she was.
I think that's a good stretch.
An umpire was ready to say out.
And there's a swing and a miss by Taryn Judson. And quickly she's set down on strikes for the first out. That will bring up Mylene Mendoza. Mendoza very quickly climbing the ranks in terms of batting average for the Dolphins. Comes in hitting .364 as she goes behind 0-1. One fouled straight back, 0-2.
And you can also see it, Joe, in the circle. Falkish's business today so far. She is not, siding off any pitches. She's ready to throw immediately as soon as she steps on the rubber.
The 0-2. Chopper, and it will bounce foul. And they certainly would not have had a play if that ball had stayed fair.
Yeah, no question with Mendoza's speed, they would not have had a play right there.
The 0-2 is a good off-speed pitch, and Mendoza swung right through it.
Yeah, out in front on that one. That was a really strong off-speed pitch right there. And Falk gets the second out of the inning on back-to-back punch-outs.
That will bring up Rose Joseph. 2 outs and a runner on for the Dolphins as Joseph takes a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 taken low, and they thought about a throw behind Motley, who gets back. One and one. Another off-speed pitch bounced straight to first And taking it the short way to the bag was Haberstrode to retire the side. Dolphins strand one in the home second inning, and they trail by a pair. Our score, St. Thomas Aquinas 2 and Staten Island nothing as we head to the third. And we are back for the road third inning from the CSI Softball Complex. St. Thomas Aquinas leading the College of Staten Island 2-0 in the first of two. Adriana Coyer leads things off for the Spartans and fouls the first pitch of the inning straight back, 0-1.
I had to hold my tongue, Joe, in our conversation with TJ Tibbs because TJ, of course, was at the Final Four not too long ago. And I think he was, I don't want to say rooting, but I think he was supporting UConn in the Final Four. He had a friend that I believe is on the program, and he showed up for them.
Got it. Pop up on the infield, and Carey makes the catch.
And I didn't want to say anything about that, but at least Michigan won. Because UConn winning.
As far as Nick is concerned, UConn didn't win, and that's all that matters.
As long as UConn didn't win, that would have put me in a damper mood.
You know, Nick, I made my bracket. I knew nothing. I threw things to the wall and was looking at what's stuck. And I thought I had Michigan winning it all. I had Michigan State.
Yeah.
I meant Michigan.
Yeah, you probably had a better bracket than I did, honestly.
I definitely did it, Nick.
I don't know, Joe.
Nick, there's no chance, I'm telling you.
Do you know the percentage off the top of your head?
It's under 20.
Oh, okay.
As that's grounded to short, fielded by Carey. And Olivia Leone is retired on 2 pitches.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
I think mine's like 60, which is not good either.
That's above average.
Yeah, but for someone that's watched a lot of basketball this season.
You think you should do better.
I know I should do better.
I get it.
I know I should do better.
Yeah, the only sport that I'm really, ear to the ground and locked in on enough to pick winners consistently is baseball. I mean, when you look at the NFL, you can pick who's going to win the game. With general accuracy, I think, if you watch every week, it's once a week, it's a little easier to follow. Basketball, Don't even ask me. And that includes college. The 0-1 to Sophia Morella, up and away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, I feel the same way for college football also. I watch a lot of it, but
yeah. Oh, so you don't feel like you could pick winners?
I still don't feel like I feel confident. This last season, I thought a lot. Going into the college football playoff, I'm thinking, okay, I know what teams are going to probably be in the Final Four, and it was just the only obvious one was Indiana, of course. Every other team was just not as obvious as everyone expected.
Now, when it comes to the college athletics, as that's taken high, 2-2 on Morella, that you and I cover, so the ECC specifically. We have our offline conversations about how we think the games will go, typically come playoff time. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say we can pick those winners either, as that one is chopped foul.
I mean, we can't even pick if it's going to be a pitcher's duel or
that is true. That is true. I think sports are always at their best when there's good parity between the teams.
The unpredictability is the best thing about it.
When you can't look at a game and say, oh, surely this team has got it. I think that's a good thing. As that one's popped up right behind the plate.
We don't got it, Joe.
And neither does Joseph.
Yeah, tough to play that one, especially you have to take off the catcher's equipment. That's why I always hated playing catcher. Never liked it for that exact reason.
I think that one was up there long enough where you can get acclimated and get adjusted, but
Yeah.
it just fell in no woman's land there right behind the plate.
Also got to deal with the sun. It's not easy.
The sun, fortunately, for a catcher is not a huge factor, but for everyone in the field, it certainly is. And Joseph did have her back to the sun, which is over our right shoulder.
I feel like that's what's more impressive about that play we had earlier in the inning with Kaylee Carey.
I thought you were about to say my play behind the plate.
Carey doesn't wear a hat in the field.
True.
So she had to battle off the sun with her glove.
Yeah, I think the visor on a day like today matters a lot.
You might have that one, though.
I don't.
The camera, though, almost.
Well, not quite. You think I should have gotten up and made a play for it?
That was a little, I don't know. How close was it on the
So it was definitely catchable. Now, I think if I get up, if close.
Yeah, let's do a little slow rewind after this next pitch.
If I get up and go for that and it doesn't end up over the netting, I look like a fool. Meanwhile, the count is 2-2 on Morella, who has put together a good at-bat here. And there's another foul ball into the netting.
Here you go, Joe.
Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. The ricochet off the bounce. That was close for comfort.
Too close. Joe thinks I should have gotten it.
He said you could have gotten it, yeah.
They know.
If he was, standing up for where he usually was for PA, he certainly would have had to play on that one.
That's true, but we have him now a stationary microphone. And there's a hard hit grounder through the left side for a base hit. And Morella caps off a very good plate appearance for the single.
Yeah, strong at bat right there. Fouled off a couple pitches. Finally was able to get one to hit into left field. A loud single with 2 outs to extend this inning and bring up Santiago.
Trinity Santiago at the plate hit a pair of home runs for the Spartans in the second inning. First pitch, low and in, ball 1.
And something we often don't see as well for home runs here at softball, that was pretty much almost dead center that she hit that home run. I think it was a little bit more to left center field, but it was a long home run.
We haven't seen too many home runs hit to dead center. I think most of them end up going toward left, as that's in for a strike, 1-1. And a big reason for that, of course, is the wind. I think the wind here at the softball complex typically favors left field. Count even at 1 on the Spartans' third baseman. 2 outs here in the third. And Ruth gets the swing and miss there, 1-2.
Santiago looked like she was maybe out in front on that one. I think she swung early on that one. And a chance here for Ruth to get a strikeout to end the inning.
1-2, and just getting a piece for Santiago.
I'll see you, Joe, before we go to break, if we can get an update quickly from baseball. It's 1-0 CSI bomb third.
And today is a double, 9-7.
Yes.
1-2. Fouled away again, and that one was chopped off Santiago's shin. Now, I did confirm, Nick, the rest of the way, we have 3 more destinations for baseball, 4 if you include Wednesday night at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park.
Good job.
Thank you. We travel to Malloy, Mercy, and Queens, but we make 2 trips to Queens. As that one's bounced to third. Lopez strong throw in time to retire Santiago and the Spartans. We head to the home half of the third. The lead for St. Thomas Aquinas over Staten Island remains 2-0. And we're back from the CSI softball complex, where Kaylee Carey will lead off in the bottom half of the third inning. Dolphins trailing by 2. 9-1-2 due up for the Dolphins here in the third as Carey chops that one foul. Carey made a very nice play at shortstop back in the first inning. Had the awareness to take a ground ball over to second and the arm to get the throw over to first in time. That doubled up Sophia Morella and kept the Spartans off the board in the first inning.
Yeah, we've spoken about the Dolphins' defense these last couple of weeks, and been really impressive. And that was a really big double play at that point in the game.
And I think coming into the year, when you look at the players the Dolphins lost from last year's team, the question mark was likely going to be the hitting. And I think we mentioned it more than once. This team was doing just enough to win games, and the reason why they were able to do enough in part was their defense, was their base running as Carey strikes out, but in recent games they just haven't hit enough.
And I feel like also in some of these games they've gotten some hits, but I think the part of it is that some of those games they haven't gotten the hits when there's runners in scoring position.
There's a bouncer to third off the bat of Abby Morris, and she's retired on one pitch for the second out.
You look at, obviously, the game against Mercy yesterday, the second game. They got one hit in that game. Against Mercy game 1, they had 5 hits in that one as well. And then going back to Deauville, they had points in those 2 games where they got hits. The problem was they left a lot of runners on base, and I think that's where the Dolphins' issues have been so far for these last couple weeks. That they're getting hits for the most part. The issue is now, can they bring home a run with the runners in scoring position? We saw it back in the first inning. They had first and second, nobody out, but were not able to bring home a run.
With 2 outs here in the third, Gianna Lopez is quickly ahead 2-0.
And from what we saw against Malloy, with 2 outs in that 11th inning, she could certainly start a rally for CSI.
2-0. Swung on and missed. I
was.
think she may have gotten a piece on the underside of the bat there.
That looked like a hesitation swing because I think initially she didn't want to swing, and at the very tail end she did.
Bit of an awkward cut there, makes it 2-1. And the off-speed pitch is lined into left field for a 2-out hit. How about the adjustment on that swing by Lopez? She got the same pitch again. Once again, she was out in front, but she was able to throw the bat out there and drive it over short and into left.
Yeah, good job by Lopez. You mentioned out in front on the pitch, but was able to get it over the shortstop into left field. Also have to give credit out in left field, too, because you could have maybe made a diving catch on that play, but if you try to attempt that, then it goes all the way towards the fence and allows an extra base hit. So that's a good heads-up play to keep that ball in front and keep Lopez only to first base.
Well, it takes a very special hitter to adjust on a pitch like that and turn it into a base hit. And you have to think that with 2 outs and Olivia Warner at the plate, they may try and have Lopez steal here and get into scoring position. And Warner is quickly behind 0-2 now. Do you try it on the 2-strike count in anticipation of a waste pitch, or do you think maybe they throw something hard here out of the zone to try and give a good pitch to throw on if Lopez runs?
I think they're going to make her chase on this.
And Lopez does not look to go.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly, Joe, if they will send Lopez. I understand the significance of putting her into scoring position, but you know that Warner with one swing can tie the game.
That's a good point, as that one is chopped foul off of Warner's cleat.
We already saw one inning come to an end because of a caught stealing, but wouldn't want to have that happen again.
Olivia Warner with 1 home run on the year. Eileen Mendoza also with 1. And Taryn Judson leads the Dolphins with 2. As there's a good block behind the plate to keep Lopez at first. If Leone doesn't get on top of that one and smother it, Lopez is in scoring position.
Leone's had a couple of them in the turf so far and has been able to block them.
She's been busy all game behind the plate as that's grounded toward the hole. Backhanded it short, and a perfect throw to first is in time to get Warner. And the Dolphins are turned aside in the third. 1 stranded on 1 base hit for CSI in the bottom half of inning number 3, and we head to the 4th. Stack on top of CSI, 2-0. First pitch of the fourth inning on the way, and in for a called strike. 0-1 on Yasmin Garcia. Garcia homered back in the second inning, the second of back-to-back home runs by Trinity Santiago and Garcia to give the Spartans a 2-run lead as that's chopped foul, 0-2. We mentioned the long history of success for the Spartans against the Dolphins. They had won 14 straight until the Dolphins beat them 5-3 last year. And at the time, that was a big win for the Dolphins late in the season as they look to make a push toward the playoffs. We touched on it a bit during the pregame. The Dolphins cannot fall out of a playoff spot even if they lose both games today. That is by virtue of 2-0 records against both Queens and Malloy. Lopez handles that chopper and throws out Garcia for the first out.
The first baseman, number 27.
There is only one other conference doubleheader on the schedule today. Had that pulled up a bit earlier. It is Malloy and Dieuville, the other doubleheader on the schedule. So even if Malloy were to win both of those games, the best they can do is improve to 4-6. The Dolphins would end the day 4-6 if they lost both. So CSI would still hold the tiebreaker over the Lions. The 1-0 pitch to Alyssa Haberstroh swung on and missed, 1-1.
Back to that off-speed pitch right there.
When Ruth has needed a strike, has needed a swing and miss, has needed weak contact, that pitch has been pretty reliable. I think it's when you miss with that pitch that you end up in potential home run territory.
Right.
You can't miss with that up in the zone. As she sails that pitch up and away, 2-1.
It's an interesting chant.
We've heard a few of those. Hard hit grounder into left field, base hit. And the Spartans have a one-out base runner here in the fourth.
Just under the glove of Lopez over at third base would have been an incredible play, but that was just a hard hit ball. No chance for her to make the play over at third. And it's a one-out single.
That will bring up Jordan Gauthier. Gauthier walked her first time up. First pitch on the way. Taken just high, ball one. Spartans have had traffic in every inning. Kennedy Ruth about to throw pitch number 79, and it's grounded foul. We also touched on during the pregame that it appeared Emma Powell could be starting game 2. It was an early exit from Marina Grenier from yesterday's doubleheader against Mercy. 1-1. Flared out towards shallow right. And waiting underneath it to make the catch was Morris for the second out.
Keep in mind, too, from yesterday, Ruth threw 130 pitches in that first game. Emma Powell did come in relief in the sixth inning and threw 26. So we'll see what the Dolphins' game plan of attack is for the second game. But tend to think they would like to get Ruth through the entirety of this game so that way they can figure out what game 2 is going to be.
Runner going on a bit of a low pitch, and the throw skips into center field, backed up well enough. And that will force Haberstroh to hold at second. It's a stolen base for Haberstroh, and the Spartans now have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
And I also forgot to mention Powell pitching that second game, as you mentioned, too. She threw 24 pitches in that second game, so had some pitches in game 1, some pitches in game 2. Grenier only going 3 1/3, so we'll see what they do in the second game.
The 1-0 up and away, and I think for you and I anyway, what led us to believe that Powell could be starting game 2 is that during pregame, only Powell and Ruth were throwing.
Right.
And the two starters are typically throwing side by side just outside of the home dugout. So we take that for what it's worth and speculate from it as the 2-0 sails high for ball 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Powell starts the second game and you see Greenier get some relief appearance, either maybe at some point in this game potentially if Ruth gets into some trouble, or if Powell gets into some trouble in game 2.
And Naya Diaz at the plate looks at a strike. It appeared as if she didn't think so.
It's also 3-0, so you'll take that one all the way anyway.
Count now 3-1. And that one will knock Nick's bag off of the backstop.
As long as my AirPods are good, it's fine.
My AirPods are in a package back from the Carolinas. I left them on a leg of my road trip. Had to have them mailed back to me.
Oh.
Count now full on Diaz, 3-2. And she chased high there as it's chopped foul.
Yeah, that's rough.
I have 2 pairs, thankfully.
Oh, okay.
One of them was given to me in payment of a debt, and the other was my personal pair.
Dead.
You know, we got to collect somehow. Another 3-2 upcoming. And that is low and inside, ball 4. Well, now, Nick, as you know, the reason that I was driving back up from Florida through the Carolinas in the first place is that I did secure my new vehicle, no more rental cars. How close are you to your new vehicle?
No comment.
No comment,
Yeah.
so not close.
It's not, the issue is it's not really going to be, a situation where I can make that,
And there's a gapper into left
Gets to the
center
pile.
field for a base hit. That will bring home 1. It's an RBI double for Elise Marcano, and the Spartans extend their lead to 3.
And that one stung, Joe, because you had the number 9 hitter, in a potential strikeout situation in Diaz. Ruth walks her to extend the inning, and then Marcano delivers with that RBI double to put her team now up 3 runs, still 2 outs of the inning, but now second and third, and a chance for the Spartans to keep attacking. Basically, moral story, I don't have any control in terms of me picking the car. It's more of a family issue. I have to wait for them to decide on what car it is.
Got it.
So I can't control anything right now.
And there's a scorcher down the line, just foul. And I was about to say, speaking of driving, Marcano drives in.
That's a good one.
A 2-out run. We have to pivot. We have to segue. That's what we do. We are calling a softball game, but
Sure.
when you're wondering, why are Foreman's AirPods in the Carolinas? Why was he calling a game from Naples last week? That's why. Purchased my new vehicle in Naples, Florida. As the 0-1 misses high and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I had my first interaction with your father also while you were there.
That is true, over speakerphone.
Yeah.
Though he knows there are multiple Knicks, doesn't know which one is which.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
He made a dad joke, true to character, as that is popped up, shallow left center. And Mendoza comes in to make the catch to retire the side. Spartans get a run in the road 4th inning. They do, however, strand 2 in scoring position. We head to the bottom half of the 4th. Stack over CSI, 3-0. Home fourth inning getting underway from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins now trailing 3-0 as Madeline Paul takes low and in for ball one. Paul 0 for 1 at the plate. The Dolphins with 2 base hits thus far. The Spartans with 3 runs on 5 hits. Paul now ahead 2-0. And Paul looks at a strike, 2-1. Dolphins have drawn a walk in addition to their 2 hits. Spartans have reached via the base on balls 4 times. And Paul looks at ball 3.
Yeah, Falk right now at 57 pitches. Down the count here, 3-1, in danger of walking another batter. Be number 2 in the day.
3-1. Hit sharply through the middle for a base hit. And Madeline Paul has the 3rd Dolphins hit of this game. She's on with a leadoff single.
That was a loud contact hit right there by Paul, up the middle and through. And if you want to get some type of rally going here now, Joe, with Dolphins, still a little bit of a ways to go in this game, but that's a good start right there as Paul gets the leadoff single.
Bridget Motley at the plate now. And it's a chopper toward the middle, hit slowly. And that is quite the collision. Paul effectively running over Marcano.
Yeah, Marcano certainly shaken up on that play. That one was a scary situation over at second.
Yeah, I think they're going to attend to Marcano here. She makes her way back to the dugout.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if she checks out for the remainder of this game.
Well, it comes down to, is it any more than a busted lip?
Yeah, looking at it, that was just a basically maybe what situation where maybe the helmet maybe caught a piece of her lip. Not entirely sure, but
It looked like body-to-body contact. Paul is out on the play as they attend to Marcano just outside of the Spartans' dugout.
yeah. Yeah, 'cause that's also another tough one for the second baseman because you could make the flip to second, but the easiest way to get a double play on that play is to tag the runner going to second and then make the throw to first. Marcano made the right decision. The problem is that there was just a collision on the way to making that play.
I don't think Paul expected her to tag.
Yeah.
I think she expected the flip
Yeah.
and was continuing hard into second base. So I don't think anyone's really at fault there. I think it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances with how slowly that ball was hit. But I can't recall the last time we saw a collision that forceful on the base pass. We've seen it once or twice over the years at home plate, but I don't think we've ever seen it on the bases like that. And with Marcano receiving attention here, it does appear as if they're going to try and have her stay in the game. But they have a gauze out there right now, and you can see that there's a fair amount of blood there. So they're going to give her all the time she needs. And, again, there's been no indication yet that she's coming out of this game.
Yeah, right now both coaches are talking to the umpires right now about the situation. So we're at a wait and see until further notice.
Now, with a play like that, it almost just seems circumstantial. I'm not sure if you call anything on that, but there could be a situation where the umpires talk this over and decide if one player or the other is in the wrong. I don't see how you'd call that on the defensive player. It would have to be on the base runner. If they did decide to call interference on Paul, then Motley would be out at first base.
Right.
But there's been no indication that's going to happen yet.
Right. And judging by looking at the replay, I don't see that being the
Yeah, I don't
case.
either. I think that's just an unfortunate set of circumstances that resulted in the collision.
Yeah.
If you're Paul, you have to continue hard into second base
Right.
because if there's a flip of some kind there, you can't just slow down and not continue on to second base.
Right.
There's no guarantee that the play there is to apply a tag. I think it's the right play for sure, but there's no guarantee that's the play they choose to make. Perhaps Marcano wishing she made that decision now, given the outcome.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, but I feel like that was what I mentioned earlier was maybe the situation. I feel like, yes, while they did collide, I feel like the helmet did hit her in the lip.
It's possible.
And I think that's what's caused that to happen. Right now, she's still being attended to down the first base line, but I think that's exactly what happened. Looking off of what I saw in the replay.
Going into second base is out on contact. There's a collision rule, so they're not allowed to collide with the player having.
So regardless,
Okay.
she still would have been out because of the collision.
So Paul is out automatically
So they
on the collision rule.
Yes.
Now, I think I know the answer to this. Did you know that was a rule before the last 30 seconds?
Well, Steph did.
Steph did?
She just said yes.
Steph's better than we are, I guess. You know what, Nick? Steph's going to take my headset, and you guys call the rest of the game.
Well, you said last game, you could basically, Steph was basically in your living room. You could hear everything she was saying.
I could hear every word that came out of her mouth, all the good and bad things she said about me. She said, this guy keeps assuming. What's he doing?
And she was probably shaking her head at me when we were in extra innings. I kept saying free baseball.
Ah, well, that was
just
a game I was not on. Steph was not in my living room for that game.
And I kept saying in the dirt, not the turf.
I think that's passable.
To Steph, no, it's not.
The reason why is because the dugouts still continue to chant.
They still say dirt.
They still say dirty balls. That's a chant that was discontinued. But with a break in the action, I figured with an injury we could use some levity. So
I did not think you were going to bring that up.
You know, there was a chant many years going that would be participated in by the dugout, both home and visitor.
And we would hear it clearly when we were closer to the dugout.
We would. But the dugout would chant that they don't want the pitcher's dirty balls, as in ball in the dirt. And it was eventually suggested that that chant be discontinued.
Yeah.
I brought it back to life now.
You did bring it back to life. Maybe just for this one occasion. Probably keep it that way.
To be fair, though, Nick, that chant completely predates the turf field.
That's also true. Also true.
I think maybe it should have stayed dead, but I've given it life.
Yeah.
I've given it new life.
Well, I've been saying it a couple times already, it's good to have the turf because on days where, like, you know, for instance, if there was rain the day before, it won't really affect the field conditions, which is good. You're able to get these games in, not have to worry about, you know, making updates.
As they continue to attend to Marcano here, we're going to see if perhaps we can get some picture-in-picture going.
I tried to look up the live stats before.
Now,
but
try and add my camera and see if it allows you to do it. That's first.
Okay.
We're live, so it might not let you add the camera view. But if it does, let me know.
Which one would that be?
It would be whatever one is not being used.
No, it's this one, right?
Well, you have to add camera 3. Add camera 3 first. No, you have to add camera 3.
Oh.
And then after that,
I see.
You would add the picture-in-picture camera, and we can get up the baseball stream. Let's see if I can even open it first.
Oh, I can tell you right now, I have a background on the camera 3. This is what I have.
Yeah, I have to send the image over, but the internet is not the best. So, for those who don't know, CSI Baseball is on the road in Buffalo, taking on Duville. Those games well underway. Game 1 of 2 already having gotten started in Buffalo.
And Joe, just to quickly clarify, Marcano is going to stay in the game. They finally attended to her. She's going to stay in, so it's a great sight to see for the Spartans and for obviously everyone here in attendance. So, very scary play, but good to see that she's staying in the game.
All right, Nick, we're just about ready to slide baseball in, perhaps a bit late, but you'll have to let me know when you see the tab on your screen. Do you see it yet? No? Is it to the right?
I see it now.
All right, we have to full screen that, though, so how are we going to do that? I have to get my cursor in there. I have no idea where that is now.
It's on. I see it now.
Let's try this. Let's get it back on my screen. Yeah, it's always a bit challenging, so let's try this.
Still have some break in the action. They're still looking at Marcano just in case, but...
Yeah, we have time.
Yeah.
Let's see if you get it back now.
Great job by our our training staff here at CSI.
Nope. Definitely a bit challenging to get. Well, the stream won't even load, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get it anyway. It's hard to stream video out here. Do you see my cursor on that screen there, Nick? It should be somewhere near the window for.
Well, I see the image now at baseball.
I need the cursor though to full screen it, and then we're good. I can't see it in there.
Feel like it's.
Oh wait, we're in the screen now. Where is it? It's somewhere over the video. I need to get to the bottom right corner so I can full screen it. Yeah, you see how it's changing as I
Yeah.
go over?
Oh wait, I see it. You were just right here.
Okay. So where am I now? Okay, I see it now.
You see it now? Yeah, just keep going down.
Yeah, we need to get just to the right of that image.
Riveting commentary right now. To the left.
Left?
Yeah,
More left?
you got
Oh,
it. You got it. You're on it.
I'm
Or
clicking.
you're about to be on. No, you're on the. You're going back. A little bit under. Hit that. There you go.
All right, once that goes away, we can picture in picture. That was tough.
So how do we picture a picture now? That okay.
Hold on. They are still attending to Marcano as we work on getting
Probably the last one.
baseball here.
There you go.
There you go. Top right. All right, let's picture and picture that in.
Where'd it go? I got it.
Ed. There it is.
There it is.
Oh, immediately the red triangle.
Yeah,
of doom.
triangle immediately.
All right, well, that's experiment is over.
The experiment is done.
The experiment is over. We cannot stream video.
Let me get that off.
That didn't take long. We streamed the video for all of about 30 seconds before our bandwidth became an issue.
The triangle of doom.
Yeah. What would you say, Nick? We've been delayed now for at least 5 to 7 minutes here?
Easily.
All right, so what we're going to do, we had hoped to go picture in picture with baseball and take a look live into Buffalo. However, our internet cannot support simultaneous live video streaming and live video reception. We'll go to break. Our score, the Spartans 3 and the Dolphins nothing, 1 out in the road 4th inning.
I'll give you the update from baseball. It is 3-0 CSI, top of the 5th.
3-0 Dolphins, top of the 5th in Buffalo at baseball. 3-0 Spartans, top of the 4th here on Staten Island. We'll be right back.
All right, Joe. Very interesting situation just happened.
We are back from the CSI softball complex, and it's good that we went to break because that allowed us to listen in on an explanation from the home plate umpire who did a great job passing along all of the relevant information to us. For those who were with us ahead of the break, you will notice the bases are now empty and there are 2 outs.
And you had mentioned this
I said the
scenario.
road 4th inning. It is the home 4th inning.
I let it slide, but you.
Well, you shouldn't have.
Well, I know, but you mentioned the scenario while we had that break of the quote-unquote interference, and that's exactly what happened.
So we suspected that when the umpires were conversing, they were discussing potential interference on Madeline Paul, as that's lined deep to right field, and that will one-hop the fence. Taryn Judson with another extra base hit is into second base standing with a 2-out double. And Nick,
Joe, that really hurt the Dolphins right there, considering what happened.
were it not for Motley being called out on interference by Madeline Paul, that would have been a run-scoring double.
Yeah.
However, not only was Paul called out on the play, she was ejected from the game.
Yeah.
They called malicious contact above the waist in an attempt to dislodge the ball. And Nick, I have to admit, as that one gets to the backstop off of Mendoza, so she will take first base. And just like that, the Dolphins have brought the tying run to the plate. But Nick, I got the sense that the collision was largely circumstantial. I didn't think she collided in an attempt to knock the ball out.
It didn't look like it initially, but, you know, I think the most infamous play we've had with that, as I think they're going to maybe make a substitution off the bench. It looks like that's going to be the case. The only instance I've seen where a player intentionally knocked the ball out, I don't know if you know this one. As being a Yankee fan, know this moment. I believe it was the 2003 ALCS against the Red Sox. Alex Rodriguez hit a chopper back to the mound. They went to flip the ball to first base, and Rodriguez slapped the ball out of the first baseman's glove intentionally, and they immediately called him out. They didn't let him get away with it.
That seems like a waste of time at first base, doesn't it?
Right.
A complete waste of time. Why would you do that?
He knew he was out. He just literally smacked the ball out of, I think it was Kevin Millar's glove.
Okay.
Completely weird scenario.
Grounded to the right side off the bat of Rose Joseph results in the 3rd out of the inning.
And that substitution, by the way, was Martinez subbing in to pinch run for Judson at second. But a very unusual inning, certainly, going into now to the top of the 5th.
We will stay right here. And, Nick, do you have a replay of the collision at second?
I do.
All right, let's get a look at that again. For those who missed it, Madeline Paul was ejected for malicious contact above the waist on this play.
I could slow it down, too, but I don't...
You know,
I wonder if...
I have to admit, Nick.
You don't really see it on the close-up shot. You see the very tail end.
Go to it on the wide shot one more time.
Yeah.
I didn't get a good look at it on the first run-through. Slow it down a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this, Nick. Watching it on replay, there definitely is no attempt to get out of the way. That I can tell you.
Right.
Whether or not it's truly malicious contact and an attempt to dislodge the ball, that's up to the umpire to decide. And the umpires deemed that it was indeed malicious and unnecessary contact above the waist.
And keep in mind, we did see the ball after the tag was made, but the ball did come out.
It did. I didn't see that.
I saw it for a second. It was a very split second. So I'm wondering if maybe that's why they made that decision.
I don't think they had a good chance of a double play. That's the last piece of the equation. If the tag is applied and she doesn't go down, are they going to turn 2 there? I didn't think so.
No.
Okay, I agree. So if you're the Dolphins, you effectively gave away the out at first base with that collision, and effectively you gave up a run as well. And you gave up the out and a run.
And when we went to break, you saw Bridget Mobley go back to the dugout, take her helmet off. And I initially mentioned it to you. I think they just called her out for the double play because of the interference. We weren't certain if it was maybe a substitution they were making, but immediately after that was the conversation, and the home plate umpire came to explain that to us. So really tough break, because right after that we saw Judson with that double in the right field, that would have certainly brought home a run for CSI in that spot. And instead, they still trail by 3 runs now heading into the 5th.
Every run crucial for this Dolphins team, coming in having scored just 3 in their last 4 games. And to lose both a run, on the way to losing that run, you lose an out, and you lose your cleanup hitter.
And you lose the opportunity because they had first and second still in that spot. They would have been it would have been 3-1, and they would have had the tying run on base as well.
There's a high fly ball toward the line and right. And Morris makes the catch in fair territory for the out.
I was trying to see one more time if I could see maybe the ball come out for a second on that play.
That was Olivia Leone at the plate leading off the inning for the Spartans.
Yeah, Joe, you can see the ball. I can see the ball.
So
the ball did come out. The question
now,
I think the question,
again, this is another question. I guess not really a hypothetical, but if the ball did not come out following the contact, do you think the play is ruled the same way it was? If the ball didn't come out, do they still call that malicious contact in an attempt to dislodge the ball? You don't think so?
I don't think they do.
Everything the same except the ball doesn't come out. You think they don't call that?
I don't think that. I think because the ball came out for that split second, I think that's why they had to conversate about it. Because you saw the umpires were discussing it with the coaches for both sides.
Yeah.
And they were discussing it with themselves as well, because you had to look at the protocol and the rule book. And because of the ball coming out for that split, whatever it was, maybe 5 to 10 seconds, that still was enough for them to make that decision.
I think it does get called the same way, and the reason why is the result of the contact. It took a long time to attend to Marcano, and they had to go through more than one piece of gauze to stop the bleeding. So I think the result of the play is more so than the ball coming out, what led them to make the ruling they did. And I have to admit, Nick, looking at the replay, I think getting a second look at it, you can see what they were looking at in real time.
And
because we're not looking for that in real time.
Right. I think something also to note as
that one nearly snuck through the right side. Judson on the dive could not recover and get back to the bag. And it's an infield hit for Sophia Morella.
I think something also to note, I mentioned this earlier when we had that play at second base, the caught stealing. It's not good of a look for us here behind the plate. We have the angle for it. But if you're at home and you're on the TV, you can see the ball come out. I saw the ball at the very tail end. You have to go in very close to the laptop to see it. But you can see the ball is out of the glove after the collision happened.
And we have a monitor that we can bring outside for a better look, but we try to keep the outdoor setup as minimalist as possible.
They're going to have a pitch run over at first base for, I believe, Morella.
So they will run for Morella with a 1-0 count on Trinity Santiago. Santiago has already homered in this game, 1 for 2 at the plate.
How about that, Joe? Look who it is.
It's the pitcher. How often do you see the pitcher pinch run?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Lauren Falk in to run for Morella at first base in a 3-0 ball game. Changes being passed along behind the plate here as we await the continuation of this at bat.
So you heard that? Oh, so
it's not permanently out of the game.
Okay. I didn't know if that was a scenario where if you pitch ran with the pitcher, then that would take the player out. Okay.
No, they were pinch running for the DP.
They have put Steph to work this last half inning.
She's the best. Unflappable.
Interference, an ejection, and now a pitcher pitch running.
That's a lot for the statistician.
That is a lot.
I bet Lewis is happy he's not working this one. When's the last time that Lou scored a baseball or softball game? It's been a while.
It has been. It's got to be to last year. I don't think it was this year.
I'm not even sure if he scored one last year.
No, he definitely did.
And there's a ground ball through the left side for another Spartans hit.
Actually, you know what? You might be right. I thought maybe one of those games at the Ferry Hawks, but I don't think he probably was on PA.
He was. 7th hit of the game for Stack. And that will bring up Yasmin Garcia. Well, speaking of the Ferry Hawks, we are back at SIUH Community Park on Wednesday. There's a flare toward the line, foul ball. Now, I also forgot to ask you, are you in for the Yankees game on Monday?
Yeah.
Very good,
Yeah,
very good.
I'll be good. Honestly,
Do you need a ride?
Yeah, I'll probably need a ride.
I'll come get you.
Yeah. I almost forgot that it was happening, so I'm glad someone said something.
Yeah, I figured you might have.
I would have forgot.
But we are attending our first Yankees game on Monday.
Yeah, hopefully their bats start to come to life because last couple of days have not been great for the Yankees hitting.
The 0-1 pitch to Garcia, grounded foul. Now, I think I asked you this already when we were covering baseball at Stack, and I think you said no. You were not a Nintendo kid, right? More so PlayStation,
More
you
so
said?
PlayStation.
Yeah.
I played a little Nintendo,
Okay.
but not much.
You said GameCube era.
Yeah.
Now, are you enough of a fan to go see the new Mario Brothers movie?
I've seen it already.
You've seen it. I'll be seeing it on Tuesday. And that's hit well to left
That's
field.
wrong, Joe.
And that ball
not.
is off the base of the fence and over the wall for
Almost
a ground
done.
rule double. And Nick,
I assumed.
you assumed. You assumed, and the softball got you this time.
Eventually it went out.
A one-hopper
Just took
over
a
the
one
wall
base.
scores just one. And the Dolphins catch a break there.
Number 27,
Falk in
Alyssa Haberstroh.
to give the Spartans a 4-0 lead, and now with two in scoring position, Alyssa Haberstroh has a chance to do some major damage and break this game open with one swing.
Yeah, Garcia had a home run earlier in this game in the left field. I thought initially off the bat it was going to be number 2, but the ball does go out of play anyway. It's an RBI double on the ground rule double. 4-0 lead now for Stack.
That pitch in for a called strike on Haberstroh, 0-1.
So to answer your question before, yes, I've seen the movie.
Okay.
Not bad.
I'll be seeing it on Tuesday. So Yankees game Monday, Mario Brothers movie on Tuesday, Heroes Day on Wednesday. And there's a ground ball into left field for a base hit. That will chase home another run as Santiago comes in to score. It's an RBI single for Alyssa Haberstroh, and the Spartans now go in front, 5-0.
The center fielder, number
And now this is the point in the game, I feel like, Joe, where if you're the Dolphins now trailing by 5, is it the point where you're keeping Ruth in, maybe try to save your pitchers for game 2, or are you still trying to keep this game close and maybe think about a pitching change?
I think the first question, Nick, is do you have 3 pitchers available today?
Yeah.
I would be inclined to say probably not.
Yeah, I think the plan is going to be Ruth just pitches the whole game. That's why I feel like
She's
it's heading.
well over 100 pitches.
Yeah.
I think you're in a really difficult spot if you're the Dolphins, should you need relief in this game. And if the Spartans don't reach the 8-run mark, you could have Kennedy Ruth throwing 150 pitches in this game.
A day after throwing 130.
Yeah. Really tough spot to be in. Dolphins last year used just 3 pitchers.
All right.
1-1. Lofted into shallow left center. That's down for a hit. It will roll all the way to the wall. It's finally scooped up in the corner by Bourne. 2 runs come in to score, and it is a 2 RBI triple for Jordan Gauthier.
Gauthier with that RBI double into the left field, center field gap. And Joe, I think that might be it for Kennedy Ruth.
Sure looks that way. Dolphins now trail by 7, and with that triple and the 2 runs in to score, the Spartans now could go ahead by 8 on just a ground ball, and if they do, the Dolphins would be facing a potential mercy rule defeat.
And it's going to be Emma Powell coming in, so she's going to pitch in relief. But you're right, Joe. Now the Spartans are a run away from effectively getting the opportunity to get the mercy rule in the next half inning.
And I think the question that we had coming in is Marina Grenier available? We're going to find out potentially sooner than we expected. Dolphins turn to Powell to try and keep this deficit at 7. She will get warm as we step aside for a quick break. Our score, the Spartans 7 and the Dolphins nothing. 1 out in the top half of the 5th inning. Emma Powell into the circle for the Dolphins with one out here in the road 5th inning. CSI trailing Stack 7-0 as we briefly lost our camera upstairs. I think we will have to switch over. So did they just unplug us, Nick? Because as soon as they touched the strip, our camera disappeared. Hold on. Well, we'll have to go one camera for now, Nick. I'll attend to it during the break.
Okay.
Because,
I'll get your papers in the meantime. I'll be back.
Thank you for that. 0-2 the count here. Naya Diaz at the plate. Takes low and in 1-2. Well, we have lost our main camera. Cannot figure out why. Green lights. Very odd. I don't know. I saw a lot of hands around the power strip. I've been told 5 times they didn't touch anything, Nick, but as soon as there was a crowd gathered, the camera disappeared. We'll take a look upstairs shortly. I'm guessing the power supply for the camera came out. 2-2 the count now on Diaz. Pitch on the way from Powell is crushed foul. Nick, do me a favor. Go take a look upstairs. See if the power came out for our main camera. The count even at 2 on the Spartans left fielder. Powell looking for a big second out. 2-2 is hit in the air. Straightaway left. Bourne makes the catch. Gautier tagging. Throw to the plate on one hop. Gets away from Joseph. And a big 8th run comes in to score for the Spartans. They've now put 5 on the board here in the 5th. And the Dolphins, with that run, are down to their final 3 outs in this game, trailing 8-0. At the plate here, Elise Marcano, as Nick attends to our camera upstairs, not appearing to have any luck. We have lost our second camera completely here. The 0-1, chopped foul, and it's quickly 0-2 on Marcano. Of course, Marcano involved in that play at second base on the wrong end of that collision with Madeline Paul, who was ejected. 0-2 now on the Spartan second baseman, and Marcano had to duck out of the way of that one. The 1-2. Low and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nick, I cannot figure out what happened to our camera.
Yeah, everything's still plugged in up top, so I'm not entirely sure.
Very, very confusing. That one's hit out the straightaway right, and Morris is there to make the catch to retire the side. However, Spartans go in front by 8 as they score 5 here in the 5th. Dolphins down to their final 3 outs, needing at least 1 run to keep this game going when we come back. And we are back from the CSI softball complex. We are still operating with one camera. Our main camera up top has not returned. Our receiver appears to have died on us. We cannot get the feedback, so we will attend to that in between games. And this game could be down to the final 2 outs, Nick. The Dolphins trailing by 8 as they send it back to the top of the order with Abby Morris. Kaylee Carey was retired very quickly to begin the inning.
You mentioned before, too, Emma Powell came in relief for the Dolphins. Had a very relatively quick outing. Get the Dolphins out of that last half inning. So if they wanted to start her in game 2, the opportunity is there. But we'll see what they go with her or Greenier in game 2. But yeah, very unusual circumstance with our camera. As I mentioned to you, everything up top is plugged in. Nothing came out. Everything's
Yeah, I'll
good.
take a look
So,
momentarily.
Not entirely sure.
Nick, it looks like the receiver just died.
Yeah,
That pitch is taken for a strike. Normally, if it's not receiving video, what happens is you get the Hollyland video transmitter loading screen.
and we had it for a split
We
second,
did,
and then
and then it went out. Yeah, something happened as Morris draws another walk. Second walk of the game drawn by the Dolphins right fielder, and CSI is a 1-out base runner. What we will do if this game continues beyond the home 5th inning, I will head upstairs and check out everything with the transmitter up top. But again, Nick, even if the transmitter up top was off completely, we would still have the loading screen here, and we don't. It could be that our power supply is failing. We do have a lot plugged in here, but I don't think I've ever seen power be the issue. So
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
what I will try, though, plug it in elsewhere, perhaps. We'll take a look either following the end of this game or following this half inning. Gianna Lopez at the plate, fouls away the first pitch, 0-1. Lopez 1 for 2. Singled on an off-balance swing in her last at-bat. And the 0-1's hit the other way, but it is caught along the line in right field by Garcia. 2 gone.
Now, did I do a good enough job to duck the camera while I was running to go see the other one?
I didn't look, Nick. I knew we had one camera, and I didn't give...
I wouldn't be surprised if I was in the shop for a second.
I didn't give the engineering station even a glance while you were gone.
Fair enough.
Dolphins now down to their final out. Olivia Warner, the batter. Warner 0 for 2 as she looks at ball 1.
Dolphins, of course, second game of the doubleheader yesterday against Mercy, were run ruled in that game too.
Now, is it officially called the run rule or officially called the mercy rule?
It's, I think, officially called the Mercy rule, but
I think it is the run rule officially.
Okay.
It's a nicer way to say the mercy rule.
Right.
As Warner
Yeah,
fouls
I
that one
always
off.
hated saying that when I was playing Little League. I would always hate hearing Mercy rule. I would
Yeah.
run rule just sounds nice. It's a friendlier way.
It sounds about as nice as a participation trophy, and you know I don't believe in those. 2-1 the count on Warner. And she chops that one foul. The Dolphins now down to their final strike. If Warner can keep the inning going, Presley Bourne stands on deck. She replaced Madeline Paul in left field. Two. Ripped foul.
And went back to that off-speed pitch, but Warner not able to straighten that one out as that one was ripped, as you mentioned, down the left field line foul.
That ball was absolutely smoked by Warner. 2-2. Hit on the ground, knocked down at first, and Warner will slide in safely as Del Masto pinch running goes first to third.
Still some life for CSI in the inning, Joe.
Presley Bourne has a chance to keep this game going. Dolphins
Now,
still effectively down to their final out. However, they can push this game into the 6th if they score a run.
Now, is that a base hit or an error?
Oh, that's an error, I think. I think that's a routine play, Nick.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
You think it was hit hard enough to consider?
I think I think she had to play. I think the bobble just unfortunately got to her.
The question is, was the ball hit hard enough that
Well, right now
it's not routine?
Right now, there's still just one error on the board.
What did Steph give it?
I'd have to look.
Is she waiting for assistance? We don't wait for assistance. We tell them.
That's the baseball. She gave that a single.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it was hit hard enough, Nick.
I think fielded cleanly enough. I think that's an error.
Well, she's out by a mile.
Yeah.
It's fielded cleanly.
Right.
There's no question.
Right.
The question is whether or not it was hit hard enough that the play becomes a non-routine chance.
The question is who made the initial decision on if it was a hit or an error.
A silly person. Nobody I hired.
Should I ask Steph?
You should.
Should I ask it now or off the air?
You should ask her right now.
All right, I'll wait after this pitch.
Emma O'Neill, the pinch runner for Warner at first. And the 1-1 to Bourne misses low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike.
So, Steph, who made the decision on hit or error on that play? So, Sam and you made that decision together? Oh, Pat made that.
Grounded to third. We'll end the
do it.
game. Bourne is out as Nick gets the information regarding that scoring. That will do it for the Dolphins in Game 1 as they fall via the run rule 8-0. The Spartans over the Dolphins in the first game of our East Coast Conference doubleheader. Nick and I signing off quickly here. We're going to try and get our second camera situation sorted out and hopefully have that back for you when we return for Game 2. Once again, the Spartans 8 and the Dolphins nothing in Game 1. We're looking at about a 2:15 start time for the second game of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Live from the CSI Softball Complex, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you back into NCAA Division II softball coverage, streaming exclusively on Flow College. In Game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Spartans of St. Thomas Aquinas College. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman alongside Nicholas Bavona, and the game begins with a 1-1 count on Elise Marcano. And Nick, we were not sure if the Dolphins would go to her in the circle today, but it appears Marina Grenier is feeling all right after leaving yesterday's game a bit early, and her throw to first is not in time to get Marcano. It's a leadoff bunt single for the Spartans second baseman. But Nick, we touched on it during Game 1. Grenier left yesterday's doubleheader against the Mavericks early. She came down awkwardly after delivering a pitch. I think she did stay in for one more batter after that, issued a walk, and was then removed from the game. We weren't sure if she would pitch today. She is starting here in Game 2. We did not see her throwing during the pregame, but she's very much available and has to contend with a leadoff base runner.
Yeah, I saw her throwing a little bit towards near first pitch, maybe with like 10 minutes to go before first pitch. So immediately after I saw that, I figured that was probably going to be the case, obviously. And we saw Emma Powell, as you know, we saw in Game 1 pitch as there's another bunt.
This time it is Lopez coming up throwing to first, and her throw is in time to get Adriana Coira. Sacrifice successful. Marcano up to second, and the Spartans have an early runner in scoring position with 1 out in the first inning.
Just remind me in between half innings, show I might need to move that camera a little bit to the right just because we don't have first base.
Okay. I'll head up there and zoom it out.
Okay.
1 away in the first inning. Marcano with a big lead off second following that pitch. And there's no doubt that's going to draw some attention. In the field for the Dolphins, first to third, Judson, Warner, Carey, and Lopez. Left to right in the outfield, Riley, Del Masto, and Morris behind the plate. Madeline Paul, and of course in the circle, Marina Grenier.
And that's something we saw last year, a lot of Warner playing over at second base. I feel like for the first time this season here at softball, at least home, this is her first game at second base. She's playing a lot of third base here at softball.
I think she may have played second once.
Was that a road game?
It may have been once here at home, maybe. That's a maybe. 2-1 the count now on Olivia Leone.
Yeah, 'cause I can only remember her playing over at third. It would be between her and Lopez that would play over at third base most of the season.
2-1. Popped up. Out toward shallow left center. And battling the sun. The catch was made by Riley for the second out.
The designated player, number 33.
Lineup for the Spartans 1 through 9. Marcano, Coira, Leon, Morella, Santiago, Garcia. Haberstroh, Gautier, Diaz. And in the circle, Emma Grace Pop. First pitch to Morella, taken low, ball 1. Spartans won game 1, 8-0. Took them just 5 innings. It was a big 5th inning that propelled them to the run rule victory. Count now 2-0 on the Spartans' designated player, Morella. 2 away in the road, first inning, runner in scoring position. And Morella sends one the other way, but well foul. Count now 2-1. Marcano, the runner on second, led off the game with a bunt single. And that one is on the outside corner for a called strike 2. It's a good thing I did not assume, Nick.
That might have been one of the latest strike calls I've seen.
That is the latest I've seen, for sure. Dolphins will take it. 2-2 the count now on Morella. Grenier 1 strike away from a clean first inning, and she gets a ground ball to second. Warner handles and throws out Morella to retire the side. No runs and a base hit in the inning for the Spartans. They strand one in scoring position as we head to the home first inning with no score. And we are back from the CSI softball complex where we have no score between the Dolphins and the Spartans entering the bottom half of the first inning. Joe Foreman on the call alongside Nicholas Pavona. And before the home first inning begins, Nick, we have a scoring update from baseball.
It's now 7-5 CSI, bottom of the 8th. Saints making a little bit of a late rally against the Dolphins as CSI tries to pick up a really crucial conference win.
So far, the season series favors D'Youville 2-1. And we've talked about it already, Nick. If the Dolphins are going to make the postseason, they are going to need to be successful against D'Youville and Queens, 2 teams that they have wins against in conference play already. Their season series with the Spartans is over. The Spartans hold that tiebreaker. The Dolphins 2-4 in 6 games against Stack on the baseball side. Meanwhile, Julia Del Masto ahead 1-0 to begin the bottom half of the first inning. And that pitch is in for a strike, 1-1. Dolphins going with a lineup that we haven't seen much.
Yes, Del Masto leading off. I think that's the first time we've seen that this season.
It is Del Masto, followed by Lopez, Paul, Warner, Judson, Morris, Motley, Riley, and Carey. As Del Masto is retired on the grounder to second, 1 away in the first.
And we mentioned Emma Grace Pop's numbers on the season going in to our pregame coverage show. Incredible numbers for her on the year, especially in the strikeout rate. She's 9-1 this season, 9 complete games, 85 strikeouts. That's a K per 7 of 7.14.
Pitch on the way. And at the knees for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait to get that strike call. It's coming very late.
Do not assume, Nick.
Yeah, not this game. I didn't do that first game.
I sure did.
I did, though.
The 0-1. Swung on and missed, 0-2.
It looked like Lopez was a little bit late on that one.
Well, we saw her a bit out in front against Falk, able to turn one of those off-balance swings into a hit. We'll have to shorten up here on 0-2, and she held the swing.
Keep in mind, too, Pop also is a freshman doing this in her first season. I think that's also what has been really impressive about her numbers so far in the season.
Here comes the 1-2. Reeled in upstairs by Leone, 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think if you're another team in the ECC and you see a stat line like that of Grace Pop, that's a concern for the next 3.5 seasons. As Lopez strikes out, 2 away in the inning.
And how good it is for a pitcher to have the last name Pop? I feel like that's also got to be a nice little.
The question is now, Nick, what's the question I have? Think about it. What do we love to do with names? Do they call her EGP?
EGP, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was also looking at baseball. There was another update from there. It's now 7-6.
It's getting tight.
Yeah, the Dolphins had a really good, strong performance from Ryan Palm, but the bullpen, unfortunately, has made this one a little bit too close for comfort now.
Madeline Paul at the plate, swings and misses at the 1-0 pitch, 1 ball and 1 strike. We did attempt to go picture-in-picture with baseball. That lasted for all of about 30 seconds before we realized our internet could not sustain it. Paul fouls that one back. It's 1-2. In terms of our broadcasts coming up, we are at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park on Wednesday for baseball against Felician. And Nick, you'll have to tell me who we play here next weekend.
Well, just a moment.
That one sent into shallow left and caught by the shortstop. That was Coira ranging back to make the grab, and that'll do it for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the first inning. Nick, we'll have to save that scheduling note for our return from break. No score after 1 from the CSI Softball Complex. Second inning getting started from the CSI Softball Complex. First pitch of the inning in for a strike, but Nick's scheduling note next weekend, quite simple. We are on the air all 3 days next weekend, following, of course, Heroes Day on Wednesday night at SIUH, but do we call it SIUH-CP? Would anyone know what we meant?
I'll say SIUH Community Park.
Okay. SIUH Community Park on Wednesday night, and then we have baseball versus Queens on Friday, softball versus Queens on Saturday, baseball versus Queens on Sunday. We hit the road on both Friday and Sunday for the games against Queens. So it's going to be a very busy week for us. Perhaps the last true loaded week of the year, I'd say.
Let me look.
I don't think we have 3 events in a week again. Could be wrong on that. I don't think we have 3 game days in 1 week again the rest of the season. And this week we have 4. There's a swing and a miss at the 2-2 pitch for strike 3. Trinity Santiago down swinging to begin the road second.
And I think you mentioned the remaining in terms of games for us on the road are those matchups with Queens, and I believe it's the Mercy and Malloy matchups as
We
well.
travel to Mercy and Malloy once each for doubleheaders.
Yes.
And then we travel to Queens to host 2 singles against the Knights. So we have 4 more road trips, not counting Wednesday night, which is just across Staten Island.
And effectively after next weekend, the last softball broadcast will be, of course, on May 2nd, that doubleheader. We won't have anything until then, so it'll just be baseball up until that final day of the season.
Schedule gets a bit light following this upcoming weekend, and we are in the home stretch for the 25-26 season. Yasmin Garcia with a 1-1 count looks at a called strike, 1-2. Is the inning over at baseball?
Now, before you say that, the inning is over. It's still 7-6. Is it technically 25-26? Isn't it just 26?
Well, for baseball and softball, yes, but I'm talking about the athletics year
Athletic
as a whole.
season, okay.
Yeah. There's another strikeout for Grenier as she gets Garcia swinging. Second straight punch out, second of the game for the Dolphins starter.
Something that we also didn't mention, Joe, in our pregame is last time we saw Grenier here at softball, she, of course, got that illustrious 1,000 strikeouts.
1,000 would be something.
That would be something, yeah.
That
but
would be
100
impressive stuff.
strikeouts in her career. That was a really great performance. That was a pitcher's duel in that game. A 1-0 win for DeUvo, but Grenier was inches away from getting out of that 7th inning, still with a scoreless ball game. Unfortunately, the game was won by a couple of inches, as we've seen a lot of times covering other sports.
It seems like just about any game can become a game of inches depending on the context, right?
Yeah.
1-1 pitch swung on and missed by Alyssa Haberstroh, 1-2.
Haberstroh was well behind that one. That one was one where she just gave you a tip of the cap and saying, well, got to choke up here on 1-2.
I think we doubted whether or not Grenier was going to pitch today. As that's lined into right field, Jinx Platinum engaged, and Haberstroh will head to second as the throw comes in a bit late. It's a 2-out stand-up double for Haberstroh, and the Spartans' first baseman is in scoring position with 2 outs here in the second.
Well, she certainly adjusted and choked up on the bat on that one after being behind the previous pitch. Double down the right field line, going the opposite way, giving Stack now the first RBI opportunity here of Game 2.
Jordan Gauthier at the plate now with 2 outs and a runner on second. She tripled home a pair in the 5th inning of Game 1 as she takes a strike.
If memory serves me correctly, scored the 8th run, which would give Stack the opportunity to get the run roll in that first game.
Long again ahead of the 0-1. You can hear the mid-pop on that fastball, Nick.
You certainly can. We say that a lot with Grenier this season.
1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. The 2-1. On the corner, 2-2. Grenier 1 strike away from a scoreless second. Could potentially strike out the side. 2-2. Outside.
Good stop by Paul right there behind the plate. I could have gone to the backstop. Allowed a run to move over to third.
Gauthier has not needed to swing the bat yet. It's 3-2. And that's fouled away. Haberstroh, the runner on second. Doubled with 2 away in the inning. Already 2 hits in the game for the Spartans. Looking to make something of it here. Another payoff pitch is outside, ball 4. Good at bat from Gauthier. She works the walk, and the Spartans now have 2 on with 2 outs.
I think everyone was holding their collective breath right there to see if that was going to be strike 3 or not, but just missed on the outside corner. And once again, the inning extends here for the Spartans. Still 2 outs.
Naya Diaz at the plate sends one foul. 0-1.
And if she can get on base, that would be huge for St. Thomas Aquinas because they're back to the top of the lineup right after.
We say it all the time, Nick. You're facing the number 9 hitter, 2 outs in the inning. This is the out you need to get. You can't load the bases and turn it over to the top of the lineup. Of all the Spartans in the lineup for this second game, Diaz is the only one hitting under the 281 mark. And she's ahead in the count now, 2-1. Two one. Popped up. Don't know where it landed.
Over the seats.
Okay, not close.
At least I think it did.
All I can track is the shadow.
I heard a thud, but it was the ground. I don't know if that was to the right of us or behind us.
As long as it's not a crash or a click,
Yeah.
that could be a camera.
Yeah.
2-2 is pulled well foul and out of play down the left field line. Another good at bat here for the Spartans. This time it's Diaz. Does she know there's no umpire? She does not. We've seen that a few times already this year. Everyone ready, and
Umpire wasn't.
the man or woman in blue, not quite. As that is fouled back, not near our camera. Closer than I thought, though.
It was close to the.
Joe's giving me the thumbs up. He sees the only thing that can make me panic is the threat to our equipment. Otherwise, cannot be phased.
Except for the fist pump next to me, huh?
I think that means baseball did something well.
They did. I'll give you the update in a moment.
That one fouled away.
It's a RBI triple for Jaden Waterman. They now go up 8-6, a big insurance run in the 9th inning.
Big time insurance run with 2 outs.
And he's on third base as well with that triple, so a chance for more.
Top of the 9th inning in Buffalo. 2-2. Hit well to left. And Riley's first break was in. It goes over her head and lands at the base of the wall. That will bring home 2 runs. And Naya Diaz gives the Spartans the early lead with a 2-run double.
How about Diaz on that at-bat, Joe? Fouled off a couple of pitches, stayed in the at-bat. And how about this inning for the Spartans, all coming with 2 outs. They can't go up down 2-0 on a 2 RBI double, and they go back to the top of the lineup.
Elise Marcano, the batter now, as the Spartans rally with 2 outs here in the second inning to go in front by a pair. Have a chance for more with number 2 at the plate again.
That's true.
2 outs, a runner on second in a 2-run game. A lot of 2s today.
It was originally a 2-run game in Buffalo, but now it's a 3-run game. CSI now up 9-6. RBI by Ryan Ortega. They are going to the bottom of the 9th.
Pair of big insurance runs for the Dolphins as they look to even up the season series with the Saints.
And I think, looking back to what happened yesterday for CSI, they lost that game 1-0. Very unaccustomed to what we've seen all season with the offense. Back to normal here today with 9 runs up on the board.
That doubleheader that you and I covered in Flushing between the Dolphins and Saints was something else. As that one does not cause Steph to flinch.
She's on double laptop duty at this point, so
Yeah.
I don't know if she would have had a chance.
She's so engrossed in her stats work and the baseball live stats.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have the attention to flinch. No attention to spare. 1-2 to Marcano is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Grenier does strike out the side. However, the Spartans jump out to an early 2-run lead. 2 in the inning for Stack, 1 left on base. We head to the home second. It's 2-0 Spartans. And we are back for the home second inning with the Dolphins now trailing 2-0. CSI in danger of dropping a sixth straight. All of those conference games. Still plenty of time left in this one. And the Dolphins will send 4, 5, and 6 to the plate.
Yeah, unfortunately for CSI, Joe, nothing to note. That one almost was a little bit too close for comfort. But
well, we need to see another one get over so I can catch it again.
Well, that one would have been not too close for comfort in terms of maybe getting towards the camera, because that was going to go well over our heads.
The 0-2 is lined into the glove of the diving third baseman, Santiago.
So to go back to the first game now, that unfortunately for CSI, that's now the fourth time in 5 games they've been shut out. And still early in this one, but you're facing a really good team that can hit the ball well, can pitch the ball. CSI got to find a way to get some runs in this one and make things interesting.
Taron Judson, the batter, with 1 out and the base is empty. Judson, entering the day, was hitting .205. Did have an extra base hit during game 1 to jump her average to .217. But she has 10 hits on the season. 6 of those have gone for extra bases. And when she makes contact, she's typically hit the ball a long way. How about that breaking ball?
And she had an extra base hit in that 5th inning that was very long and interesting 5th inning, to say the least.
Well, were it not for the malicious contact call at second base, that hit by Judson would have given her an 8th RBI on the year. She's now ahead 2-1. Again, runs inside on Judson, 3-1.
Yeah, it's felt like all the pitches have gone on the inside in this at bat.
Grace Pop has walked 40 in 83 and a third entering this start. And Judson lines one off the glove of the diving first baseman. And after it hit Haberstroh's glove, the Spartans did not have a play.
Yeah, Marcano was going over towards first base to back it up. But because of that happening, Joe, there was nobody in over at second. So Judson gets a very unconventional infield single right there.
Who says there's just one hot corner?
That's
That one fouled back by Abby Morris, 0-1. I think when the field dimensions are what they are for softball, both corners can be very heated at times.
There's a reason why when we play in those faculty staff games, I'm in the outfield.
Me too. Maybe not the same reason, but I get moving out there. I don't think I've made an error on the outfield in any of our games.
None of us have.
I think they were mad at me one year for not trying to turn a double play. The 0-2 fouled away by Morris.
I remember there was a ball hit deep in the left field. I think I barely caught it. I had to use the wall out in left field just to secure the catch.
I wasn't there for that, right?
You were.
I was?
You were in center.
Okay.
I think everyone was waiting to see if I had the ball or not.
We had full faith in you.
Never a doubt.
Win always, never doubt. One of our many group chats, Wand.
That's what that means.
That's what that means.
Okay. I'm going to love it with you. When I first saw the group chat name, I had no clue.
Okay.
No clue.
Win always, never doubt.
Yep, got it.
Count 2-2 on Morris. And that's it out towards shallow center. And off the glove of the center fielder, Gautier. Judson wisely was about 2/3 of the way to second base. And it paid off there, Nick, because I think if that ball's caught, she's
out.
doubled off first base.
No question about it, Joe.
Off the bat, I thought that was down.
Yeah, I thought initially maybe it was going to drop in front, but you're absolutely right. If that's caught out in center field, look where Judson is on the play. She's easily going to be out. That would have been.
So was she wisely 2/3 of the way? Or not so wisely? It worked out, so I think it's wisely now, right?
I guess hindsight's 20/20. It has to be wisely, but
she had the foresight.
She got, yeah, I guess so. But the Dolphins get a big break right there on that error out in center field.
Yeah, looking at that on replay, off the bat, I thought that had a good chance to fall, but seeing where the ball ended up and where Gauthier fielded it, I don't think there was ever really a chance that would get down without her contacting it. So perhaps Judson made a mistake. If she did, it pays off. 2 on, 1 out for the Dolphins. Pinch runner at second is Jalen Martinez, and the batter is Bridget Motley.
Meanwhile, Buffalo Dolphins a strike away. A big conference win against Uville.
The 1-0 to Motley is upstairs, 2-0.
Aiden Kilty trying to save that one off for CSI.
2-0. In for a strike, 2-1. This is a big pitch here. It's a 2-1 count. And Motley takes in for ball 3.
Steph anxiously waiting
For that final strike?
A strike will be thrown, but not yet, Joe. First and third, Saints bring the tie run to the plate.
And Motley looks at a strike here at softball, 3-2. So we'll keep you updated on the game in Buffalo for baseball as those updates roll in from the live stats. Meanwhile, a big pitch here in this game. It's 3-2 on Motley. And she fouls that one back.
And they've still got another game upcoming afterwards in Buffalo.
I'd say they're making pretty good time if they started at noon.
Yeah, second game was
They
scheduled
might have
for
started at
around
11. Oh, so they did start at noon?
3. Yeah.
Okay. Another 3-2 pitch. Flared out towards shallow right field and caught. Sprinting back into shallow right was Marcano from second. There was not going to be a play for Garcia charging in.
Yeah, no chance. Good job by Marcano on that one, having to range over the shoulder to make the catch. And now 2 gone here in the inning.
And Emily Riley is going to be the batter.
As the Dolphin dugout sings Mr. Brightside.
First pitch on the way. In there for a strike, 0-1. Riley has not had many at-bats this year, just 3. This is her first start. She's 1 for 3 at the plate. And she takes high, 1-1. I said it during game 1, Nick, just when we thought we knew what to expect from the regular lineup, Dolphins shake things up. As that one's hit softly right side, and playing it on a hop was Marcano as she throws out Riley to deny the Dolphins in the second. CSI strands a pair in the bottom half of inning number 2, and we head to the third. Stack on top of CSI, 2-0. And we're back from the CSI softball complex where the Dolphins still trail by 2. They are still playing in Buffalo as baseball takes on Uville, and that game is getting into an extra precarious spot.
Yeah, the Dolphins allowed a wild pitch to bring home a run, and then they intentionally walked a batter to load the bases again. So now the winning run effectively is on base for the Saints.
That is risky business, but Billy Morris, a very dangerous hitter, a great show of respect there. Meanwhile, the count is 0-2 on Adriana Coira to begin the third inning, and she sends one out to left, and Riley almost misplayed it.
They had to jump up to grab that one.
Well, she took her first step in on another fly ball earlier in the game, and that cost her. That time she was able to recover and make the catch.
I thought something was going on because initially I didn't see the wild pitch on the play-by-play, so I thought they walked him with the bases loaded intentionally. I said, is that Barry Bonds at the plate?
That is something.
That's the only time I've seen someone do that.
I'll tell you, if they're intentionally walking someone with the bases loaded,
it's a lot of respect.
I don't say it lightly, but we may have to test that, man, after the game.
Like I said, I've only seen that once. Barry Bonds is the only instance I've seen of a player getting intentionally walked because they just didn't want to face him.
That was some run. I still remember the record-setting season.
Yeah. And they've gone final.
1-1. In for a strike. 1-2 the count on Olivia Leone. And the Saints walk it off with a 3-run double. They beat the Dolphins 10-9. Wow.
That is a game that the Dolphins...
Gut-wrenching defeat there.
Gut-wrenching. They got a great start, too, from Ryan Palm, and unfortunately the bullpen just could not hang on for them. That's really been a problem for CSI this season.
That is a gut-wrenching defeat. And I think what makes it worse now is that the best you can do is even up the season series. You cannot win the season series now.
Yeah.
And I think when you're looking at a team like Deauville that you're going to be competing with for a playoff spot, that one really hurts.
Yeah, looking at the conference standings coming into the day, that's as you mentioned, a really gut-wrenching loss.
Yeah, I think
for that baseball team, and they have to play another game immediately right after.
It's far too early to call it a must-win. But boy, Nick, it feels like you have to have these next two games, right?
I think also because of that, you got to remember too what also happened before this game as well.
That's hit well to right center field. Long run for Morris, and it's off the top of the wall. That one inches away from leaving off the bat of Olivia Leone, and she will settle for a one-out double.
Yeah, we almost had a souvenir out there in right center field for some of the spectators that are here in attendance, but that one just hitting off of that fencing out in right field.
Good thing I didn't assume, right, Nick?
I would never.
You would never, that's right. You've learned well.
Yeah.
We'll learn eventually.
We'll eventually learn.
We'll learn eventually.
And going back to what I was mentioning before, I think it was that Mercy game just last week. Unfortunately, the exact same day, and it was. CSI had a 2-run lead going into the 7th, allowed 3 runs in that 7th inning and lost on a walk-off. Not almost the same situation today. They were up 3 going into the 9th, and they allowed the walk-off run to happen. 4 runs in that 9th inning for the Saints. 2 really tough games for the Dolphins to lose.
I think you had to feel really good about where you were entering that 9th inning if you're the Dolphins after picking up the insurance runs, and just wasn't enough. But we're here to cover softball as much as we like to talk more baseball. Sophia Morello, the batter, grounds one off the glove of Warner and into center field for a hit. And that will score Leone from second as the throw is cut off. It's an RBI single for Sophia Morello, and the Spartans go in front by 3.
Morello just continues to rake at the plate this season. Another RBI right there. That one hit off of Warner's glove into center field, but even if it didn't hit off her glove, Joe, that would have gone into the outfield for an RBI single regardless.
And Nick, outside of the first inning where they had a bit of a tough break on a double play in the first inning of Game 1, Spartans have come through just about every time they've had chances with runners on base.
Yeah, I mean, look at the numbers this season. This team, as a total, is hitting .324 as batting average-wise. Like, it's tough. There's not an easy out anywhere. Even, you mentioned Diaz coming into the day, the only hitter hitting under,
The only hitter batting under 281.
280, yeah. I mean, and she's had a really strong performance today at the plate in both of these games. Has made some really good swings and is responsible for 2 of the 3 runs in this one.
Well, Diaz had the good at-bat ahead of the 2-run hit in the second inning. During Game 1, Gauthier had a lengthy at-bat.
Right.
I believe it ended in a walk. She also had the triple.
Yep. That
scored 2 runs. So you look at 7, 8, 9 in this order. Haberstraw already 1 for 1 in this game. So your 7, 8, 9 hitters, in the second game alone are 2 for 2 and have reached base 3 times. Then you look at what that trio did in game 1, and it really goes to show you there are no easy outs in this lineup. And we said it during the early game. As a pitcher, you'd like to get the 8-9 hitter with 2 outs in the inning and not turn it over to the top of the lineup. Spartans have made that really tough.
Yeah, and I think, for the remaining teams in this conference, once we get closer towards the conference tournament and the championship, I mean, it's going to be really tough. You saw last year, the only reason that we saw D'Youville win in the fashion that they did is that they had strong enough pitching to get past this Spartans lineup. They had 2 shutouts in the championship matchup for both Parsic and Clark. Really, really strong performances for them. Got them those 2 victories and get them the championship last year.
That one fouled back. The count full at 3-2 on Trinity Santiago. Payoff pitch, up and away for ball 4. Now 2 on for the Spartans, just 1 out here in the 3rd inning. And this is one of those situations, Nick, where if you're not careful as Grenier, this game could get away from you early.
Yeah, and look at the numbers so far for Grenier now as they make a pitch running substitution over at second base. Grenier now is throwing over 60 pitches in this game. That is now her 2nd walk of the day. But the fact that she's now over 60 here in the 3rd, I think, still not a cause for concern just yet. But considering that we saw Emma Powell pitch in game 1, not many pitches thrown in game 1 for her. If this game starts to get a little bit away from Green, you might expect her to see her pitch in this game as well.
At the plate here, Yasmin Garcia, 2 on, 1 out, and she swings and misses, 0-1.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think the pinch runner was Emma Grace Pop over at second. So they're doing it once again, Joe, with the pitch running over at second.
And big lead, secondary lead over at second there.
And it is Grace Pop over at second base.
You said it, Nick. For the 2nd straight game, the pitcher comes on as a pinch runner.
I've never really seen that.
That pitch out of the zone, 2-1.
Grace Pop does not have a bat this season, so no stats there in terms of as well as stolen bases or anything, but she's in scoring position right now.
2-1. Upstairs for ball 3, and this situation quickly becoming more dire for Grenier now as she's 1 pitch away from loading the bases.
Yeah, it's starting a little bit concerning as the Dolphins will now have a conference in the circle, but they're in danger of loading the bases still with just 1 out in the inning.
Conference in the circle here. Head coach Mark Biancaviso and Madeline Paul, joined by Taryn Judson, having a word with Grenier. They are apparently working on the turf. It at least looked that way.
Maybe towards the footing of where Grenier is landing, I guess.
Count 3-1 on Garcia. Alyssa Haber-Stroh on deck. Already 1 for 1 against Grenier in this game. 3-1. Swung on and missed.
That's a big strike right there by Grenier after being a pitch away from loading the bases, but still has that chance to do so. Dolphins hoping that they can get a big strikeout or at least get a ball in play.
And the payoff pitch is fouled away. It looked like Grenier took some off there.
And something also we've seen a lot in this game today that's really hurt the Dolphins is we've seen a lot of 2 strike counts against the Spartans lineup, and they've just been consistently fouling off pitches to keep the at-bat extended and eventually make good contact.
Another 3-2, fouled off again. And we said it before, Nick, but the Spartans have put together some really good at-bats in these 2 games. No easy outs, and it's been top to bottom in their lineup. You don't need to worry about that paper.
I got it.
That's why you're the best. Though you and Stephanie both can't be the best. You'll have to sort that out yourselves.
I had to drop my phone.
As that's lined out toward right field, played on one hop by Morris. They are waving home Grace Pop, and going first to third on the base hit by Garcia is Santiago. It's an RBI single for Yasmin Garcia, and the Spartans now lead the Dolphins 4-0.
And right on cue, Joe, I mentioned it just before. They kept out of a couple pitches, but 2 strikes in the count, extends the at-bat, and another big base hit. And it's now a 4-0 lead, and there's still just 1 out in the inning, but Garcia's had herself a really impressive day at the plate, too.
Alyssa Haberstroh, the batter, behind 0-1. The 0-1. Fouled away. Grenier ahead, 0-2 on Haberstroh. Looking for her 4th strikeout.
Dolphins really need it too, Joe.
Grenier up over 75 pitches working in the 3rd. And that's a testament to the at-bats for Stack in this game. Haberstroh now with a 1-2 count.
Yeah, at the current pace that we're going, I would not be surprised to see Powell get into this game, but they need Grenier to get out of this situation first.
1-2. And Haberstroh chased way out of the strike zone there.
Yeah, they got a big gift right there by Haberstroh to chase on that pitch on the outside. Huge strikeout.
The center fielder, number 15, Jordan.
That's a big break for the Dolphins as Grenier strikes out her 4th batter. Now Jordan Gauthier comes to the plate with runners on the corners and 2 outs. And Gauthier looks at a strike, 0-1. The 0-1. Up and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. An off-speed pitch fouled away. 1-2. Grenier 1 strike away from getting out of this 3rd inning, but that will miss out of the zone, 2-2. And that is fouled straight back. It stays 2-2. Another 2-2. Hit the other way. Foul territory and out of play down the right field line. Count still even at 2. 2 outs here in the 3rd. Runners on the corner. Spartans in front by 4. Grenier well over 80 pitches now. Misses again with ball 3.
And once again, another at bat where the batter was behind. They had 2 strikes on them. Gauthier has just made it a really tough at bat. Fouled off a couple pitches, and now has a chance to get a walk.
3-2. Fouled away again. Grenier, if she does not get Gauthier, realistically could reach up over 90 pitches here in the 3rd.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, I mentioned she was at just 61.
It's been a really tough inning. Looking to close the door on the 3rd right here. And again, that is fouled away. Gauthier continues to battle.
This feels like one of those battles you and I would have, or I should say you and I, but more you would have on MLB The Show, where you try to get that batter out with the last strike and just consistently foul off.
No comment.
Very aggravating.
Another 3-2, fouled away again.
How did you see that ricochet? Hit off
When-
the pole, then went up at the backstop and rolled all the way towards the Dolphin dugout.
Wow,
That was a very interesting ricochet.
interesting.
Ball never hit the turf. It just stayed on the backstop.
That is quite the bounce, or lack thereof. Another 3-2 is hit well left center field, but Gauthier got under it, and Del Masto will make the catch to end the inning. 2 runs home for the Spartans in the third. They double up their lead as they strand a pair as well. Our score, St. Thomas Aquinas 4 and Staten Island nothing. Dolphins come to bat in the home third after this break. Kaylee Carey will lead off the home third inning. Dolphins trailing by 4 as Carey fouls that one back, 0-1. Carey getting her first plate appearance of this game. The Dolphins with 1 hit through the first 2 innings. That belongs to Taryn Judson. As Carey fouls away another, it's 0-2. I'll tell you, Nick, that ball also balanced on the padding right there, second time. And the 0-2 is hit in the air, shallow right. And this time a call is made by the right fielder Garcia. Catch made for the first out. Back to the top of the order now for the Dolphins. Julia Del Masto will be the batter. And Del Masto was showing bunt as she pulls back and takes a ball.
Well, we know she has the capability of getting on base via a bunt single. So that in our highlight package earlier today. So Dolphins trying to bunt for hit right here to get a runner on base.
1-0. On the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. One and one. In there for a strike, 1-2.
And Massa was not happy about that last one.
1-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Grace Pop tripling up on the inner half. And that strikeout is her second.
And I feel like normally Del Massa maybe would have held up on a pitch like that, but because of the previous pitch getting called to strike on the inside, I've had a feeling that she had to swing away and hopefully make contact, but no chance on that one. Pop gets a strikeout, and that was an early 0-1 count here to Lopez.
The previous call definitely set up a swing by Del Masto on that pitch. You're right, Nick. Gianna Lopez, the batter, behind 0-1. And you can see it, Nick. She's just been way late on Grace Pop.
Yeah. Feels like a lot of the Dolphins so far in this game have just not been able to make contact outside of the Judson single.
Well, Grace Pop hasn't piled up the strikeouts in this game like she has for much of the season. Does have 2, but we've seen extraordinary strikeout numbers for her thus far. 1-2 on Lopez now. And that one's fouled straight back. One and 2. Upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen the Spartans throughout the day put together 2-out rallies. The Dolphins with the right part of the order to do that. And Lopez looks at ball 3.
Spartans didn't think so on that one.
They certainly did not.
They were making their way back to the dugout.
Doesn't make it any easier to get the call on 3 and 2 if you do that. And Lopez hits one in the air, once again to right, where Garcia is there to make the catch along the line. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the third. We head to the 4th inning from the College of Staten Island. Stack on top of CSI, 4-0. Fourth inning getting started from the CSI softball complex with the Dolphins trailing 4-0. 9-1-2 due up for the Spartans in the road half of inning number 4. Naya Diaz leads things off as she goes behind in the count 0-1. Diaz with a 2 RBI base hit earlier in this game after a lengthy battle with Marina Grenier. And Nick, Grenier entered this inning having thrown 89 pitches. The next one will be number 92 in the game.
Yeah, I venture to think that she's probably going to hit the triple-digit mark here in this some point in this inning.
And Diaz just ahead of that one, rips it foul out of play into the left field corner.
Yeah, she crushed that one down the left field line.
Count still 0-2 on the Spartans left fielder. Pitch on the way. Bounce back toward the circle through Grenier. Fielded by Carey. And her throw is not in time. Good effort on the stretch by Judson at first. It wasn't enough. And the Spartans have a leadoff base runner in the 4th.
That was an unconventional way to get a single right there by Diaz. She was out in front, got that one off the end of the bat, up the middle. Almost initially it looked like it was going to hit the base at second base, but Carey just scooped it up in time, but was not able to make the play over at first. Infield single.
Elise Marcano showing bunt, pulls it back and takes ball 1. I thought for sure that ball was going to be contacted by Grenier or hit her on the way through the middle. I'm not sure how that one got by her. Then again, I don't have the benefit of seeing the circle from where I'm seated, Nick. Have to admit, it was actually much easier to call the action. We were on an angle as the runner takes off and Diaz in there easily.
Yeah, I think the only disadvantage was down the left field line.
Yeah, you couldn't see the corner well. I feel like we should probably move our table either to the left or to the right next game. I'm inclined to say left to be closer to the other table, but maybe that's a bad thing and we should go right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I like to give them a hard time. That one bunted by Marcano toward third. Lopez comes up throwing, and they get the out at first. Over to third goes Diaz. It's a successful sacrifice from Marcano, and the Spartans have a runner at third with just one out.
You just have to be careful over towards our left at that bench over there.
We have to watch that mic at the end of the table. You
That's
never really
true
know.
also.
They turn that thing on, and Foreman's going off.
Oh,
You're going to have some unwanted commentary in the facility.
Well, you could hear Joe Calabrese during our pregame introductions after he made his announcements. There was an issue, I think, with...
Well, he said he doesn't need the mic.
Yeah.
He needs the mic.
Yeah, but to say that while still on the mic was
Well,
a choice.
He's a showman at heart.
Yeah, I would always remember when doing PA, if I had the mic on and I accidentally said something, I would always be like, well, chalk that one up on another, on the wrongful tally.
I've been doing this 10 years, PA in the beginning only, as the bunt was sent foul by Adriana Coira, 2-1. But I'd say I did a year or two of PA, very limited, and then the last, let's say decade has been mostly commentary in there. I don't think I've been caught on a hot mic saying anything unwanted ever. I'm just so careful. That's what I'm known for. As that's taken outside, 3-1. Not really, as you know. Fate just so has it that it hasn't happened yet. Talk about Jinx Platinum, right?
Yeah.
Bouncer towards second. Warner looked toward the plate, but didn't have a chance there. Diaz in to score. And it's an RBI ground out for Adriana Coira. Spartans now in front by 5.
Well, they had the sacrifice bunt to get the runner into scoring position, and then they had the quote-unquote swinging bunt right there to get her to score. A 5-0 lead now for Stack.
First pitch taken upstairs by Olivia Leone, 1-0. Leone 1 for 2 in this game. And she has a base hit to make her 2 for 3. It's a ground ball through the left side, and the Spartans have another base runner with 2 away here in the 4th.
Another big hit for Leone today, and it was been another strong start to her season, as I mentioned as well. It's now 8 hits in this game for Stack.
And the Spartans haven't hit Grenier particularly hard in this game, Nick. They've just put together some good at-bats. They found holes on the infield, and the timely hits have added up over the course of 2 games. 5 runs home on 8 hits. And I said it before, they have not missed many chances over the course of these 2 games.
That was a re-entry. Okay.
Pitch from Grenier on the way, and it's fouled off.
Yeah, I think, was it last game, the last doubleheader, or maybe the doubleheader before that, where the Dolphins had a re-entering issue where they got an at-bat, or I should say a base runner awarded to the opposing side because they didn't re-enter. I believe it was Taryn Judson in that game. She got taken out for pinch running. The next half inning, she came back out, but the Dolphins didn't relay the re-entering. So the play was a ground ball out, and instead the runner was awarded first base.
And there's a ground to the short plate on one hop by Carey. She'll step on the bag for the force, and that will do it for the Spartans in the road half of inning number 4. Stack extends their lead by a run. They are now leading by 5. Our score, the Spartans 5, and the Dolphins nothing. CSI comes to bat when we come back. Madeline Paul leads off for the Dolphins in the home fourth inning. A swing and miss puts her behind 0-1. And she ducks out of the way of that pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. And you said it ahead of game 1, Nick. You expected the Dolphins to come into this doubleheader looking to be a bit more patient at the plate. As Paul takes a strike, I think generally speaking, they've done that, but the circumstances have really pushed them into swinging the bat. They did work some 3-ball counts. Abby Morris drew a couple of walks in game 1. And you have to wonder, Nick, she's hitting 400, which of course helps, but is that patience a reason why she was at the top of the lineup? As I think we have an obstruction in our camera, Nick.
Yeah. Oh.
I think the obstruction realized they were obstructing.
Oh, they're still kind of in the shot. At least the hat.
We need to
we
need to put a barricade there. I mean,
Yeah.
spectators should not be walking through that area anyway.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of walks and good at-bats, Madeline Paul draws a leadoff walk to begin the home fourth.
I'll keep it at the wide shot for now.
Okay.
Now, now the moving party moved clearly into the camera.
Okay.
I mean,
we need to get some support in there.
yeah, there definitely should be a barricade as they throw it at first.
Yeah,
Paul
we need
just
a
back in.
barricade.
Yeah.
We need someone to look over here. Somebody?
Why is it looking at us with like 2 heads?
I think they figured it out.
I swear. I knew he was going to do that too. I knew exactly he was going to do that. Joe Calvary just putting his head in as if, what were you guys trying to say?
Yeah, Joe needs to be in the loop, you know?
Like I said, he looked at us as if we had like 4 heads.
You know, there's a lot of reasons to give me that look. This was not one of them.
No, it was not.
I drop some real zingers when we're not on headset, as that one is caught in shallow left field on the pop-up off the bat of Olivia Warner. 1 away here in the home fourth. That will bring up Taryn Judson. Judson's had some good swings today. Does have a base hit in this game, the only Dolphins hit here in game 2. And that's a hard hit grounded to short. They go to second, safe. Throw to first, off the double clutch is not in time.
Spartans did not think so on that play.
It was close, Nick.
Yeah.
I know we'll have another look at it.
Marcano.
What was your instinct before we look at the replay?
I think she was safe,
Okay.
but could be wrong. We'll get it in a
All right.
moment after this pitch.
I got to be honest, Nick. I thought they just got her. As that's sent toward the line, playable and caught. Haber-Stroh with a bit of an awkward body contortion there to make the catch. Here's a look. I think she's out.
Yeah.
It's always tough to distinguish,
tough.
Nick, where the foot is contacting the bag and where the shadow of the foot is.
She's out.
I thought so.
Yeah. I have a paused image of it. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought she was out. It was close, but I thought she was out.
Now, I think, obviously Marcano on that play wanted to get the lead runner, but that was an interesting choice to go to second base immediately while the runner was going.
I think, again, as that one's fouled off, if you know your runner, you know whether or not a double play is a possibility before the ball is ever put in play. So you're thinking, if the ball's hit to me as a fielder, they always tell you, if the ball's hit to me, where am I going with it? So as a fielder, you're, by the book, supposed to decide, if I get a ground ball, I'm going to second and trying to turn a double play. But again, as that one's in the dirt, aggressive base running, and Paul is just in there, Nick. That looked like an out at third. Oh, dear.
Oh, boy.
Boy, oh, boy, as the great Michael Babusky used to say. We'll get another look at it, probably on the tight shot, right?
Yeah, we got it on the tight shot.
Okay. 2-1 the count. And that is fought out toward right field by Motley. We'll stay right here as we get one more look at the play over at third. That will send us to break. Dolphins still trail 5-0. What do you think, Nick? Did she get around the tag?
I didn't think she did. I thought she tagged her on the arm.
So did I. We head to break. It's a 5-run game. We head to the 5th. And we are back from the College of Staten Island for the start of the 5th inning. Marina Grenier back to the circle for CSI. She has thrown 106 pitches, and number 107's hit deep to left, but well foul. Trinity Santiago is making a bid for another home run.
Yeah, not too far away from that one down the left field line.
Long look in, ahead of the 0-1. And that misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. They should be just a few moments away from starting over at baseball in Buffalo.
Yeah, I was just about to look towards there as well.
They have not submitted the Saints lineup yet, so
I
they're
haven't.
still a few minutes away.
They have it.
Okay.
Gotta give it the old refresh.
The old refresh. 2 live stats pages open at one time. That'll get you sometimes.
Yep. I will say.
Would you like to try and pronounce the name of the number 6 hitter?
Cefaretti, Joe.
What did I say?
I think you said Cefaretti.
I
Did
don't
you
think
say Che?
I probably did.
Or
But
Seth?
well, it is Seth, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you say Cefaretti, maybe?
That is what it is, though, right? As that's fouled away.
I don't remember how you said it.
I think I gave it the old Italian CH.
That's why I'm. Yeah. So how?
And I
would,
might have thrown an A in the beginning too instead
yeah.
of
So
an E.
so Cefaretti.
Yeah, I definitely didn't say Cefaretti.
Because you were saying it right.
It was one of my biggest blunders of the year. As that's hit into center field for a base hit.
And I think why it's a blunder is because you were saying the name right the whole day.
I know.
And then towards the end, I think it was.
I said it
game
one time.
Yeah.
At late innings, game 2. I dropped something completely different. Don't really know where it came from.
A lot of runs that day maybe was the reason why.
Yeah,
that
you know,
happened.
I got run ruled.
You got run ruled.
I got run ruled and tongue tied.
What was it? And combined, let's see, 36 and 17 of those 2 games.
Yeah, thereabouts. Chance for another double play, and they have it. Kaylee Carey orchestrates another double play, much like we saw early in game 1. And very quickly, the leadoff single by Santiago is erased on the double play grounder off the bat of Yasmin Garcia.
Yeah, how about Carey so far in this game, in these 2 games, I should say, Joe? Been really impressive on the defensive front. Nice double play turn. Second time, as you mentioned. She's done that.
That one's popped up. Shallow right center, and it turns Warner around. She can't make the play.
Oh, I mentioned Warner might be playing, like I said, has not played a game at second base here this season. I remember her playing last year at second, but that one was sorely lost in the sun on that one.
It's a bloop single for Alyssa Haberstroh. And They are going to admonish the Spartans dugout here.
Well, we had this same umpire talk to the CSI men's basketball team.
You said it, not me.
I will bring it up. Might as well.
And that will put this game at a standstill for a moment. When the action resumes, Jordan Gauthier will be the batter. Gauthier 0 for 1, has drawn a walk here in game 2. Pitch on the way. Hit in the air. Shallow left center. Long run, and Del Masto makes the diving catch.
I look very similar, Joe, to what I saw a couple weeks ago against Malloy. Great play by Del Masto.
Another web gem for Del Masto, charging in from out in center field. And that will get Marina Grenier through the 5th inning. We head to the bottom half of inning number 5. Dolphins still trail 5-0. It is Emily Riley leading off in the home 5th inning. You wouldn't know it if you listened to Joe's announcement. a bit low on the volume.
Yeah, that sun's not helping them in terms of seeing if it's on or off right now.
They're reading the manual. They have the manual out. The manual is out.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Bring back Foreman's mic. They went the bargain bin route. Discount Microphones Incorporated. Joe loves it.
DMI.
Ground ball through the middle by Riley, and she's on with a leadoff single.
Dolphins certainly hoping, Joe, that they could provide some type of rally. That's only their second hit of this game, but down 5 runs, not many outs left to play with. Time's now of the essence for this Dolphins team trying to avoid another sweep.
Riley affirming, next time you say my name, Mr. Calabrese.
Say her name and she appears. Question is, will this next announcement be made? Oh, man. Get to that manual again. Get to the manual.
I might have to get to the rescue. I'm going to go take a look. Okay. Presley Bourne is the batter.
Okay. Well, those glasses are mine. Whose glasses are these? Okay. Anyway, Presley Bourne is at the plate here for the Dolphins. They have a runner on first. Nobody out. Count 0-1. Joe attending to our public address microphone. Not sure what happened there as they throw to first base. But Riley back in safely. I believe that last pitch was called for a ball. Was indeed the case. Count 1-1. I mentioned before he got off the headset, Dolphins, not many outs to play with in this game. They've got to get something going now more than ever. Shut out in game 1. 4th time in 5 games. In danger of that happening again. Still have 9 outs to play with. There's a big swing and a miss right there for Bourne. As the count now evens at 2-2. Bourne pitch hitting for Carey in this spot. It's that one the opposite way, but foul. After Bourne, it's back to the Dolphin top of the order. So if they can get her on and put the first 2 base runners on, it would be huge for CSI trying to get back into this game. As Joe is back, I hope everything's
I don't
good.
know. I think Discount Microphones Incorporated is going out of business, Nick. They had one job.
Just one.
They had one job. We'll figure it out between innings. 3-2 count on Bourne. Riley the runner on first. And Bourne lines one the other way for a base hit. And the Dolphins have the first 2 on here in the home 5th inning.
Well, Bourne comes in as a pinch hitter in the spot, Joe, and makes the most of it with a base hit the opposite way. And then now get back to the top of the lineup, but still nobody out in the inning.
I would love to know how he lost this microphone.
Pat's confused, Sam's confused, Joe's confused. You're also confused. Everyone else.
I fancy myself a problem solver, Nick. I couldn't just look at it and fix it this time. That's usually how it goes. I usually give it, the death stare, my intent glare, and it just works. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, they're still on the manual. Well, Dalmasso showed bunt that first time.
And this one is bunted foul. Well, if you're the Dolphins here and you can find a way to get Del Masto on base without an out being recorded, that sets you up in as good a position as you could hope for. You'll have 2, 3, and 4 behind her. Still trailing by 5, but very much in this game if you can load the bases here with nobody out. 1-1. Fouled back, 1-2. Del Masto 0 for 2 at the plate thus far. Now becomes a hitter here with 2 strikes. Can't think bunt. And she chased the high fastball for strike 3.
And that was a hesitation swing initially, Joe. She got tied up on that one, half-hearted, but you mentioned it. She chased that one. It's a big strikeout for the Spartans. 1 out in the inning.
They got it.
There we go.
And the kind of swing that you saw on that last pitch, Nick, is the kind of swing where you were looking fastball, but that pitch was out of the zone. And you were dialed in, ready to hit a fastball, but that one just not hittable. And Del Masto couldn't hold up. And the 0-1 to Lopez is fouled away. 0-2 now.
Pop now with a chance to get back-to-back strikeouts.
Well, a promising inning could really shift in the other direction with one more strike here. And Lopez has other plans. She finds the gap in right center field. That rolls all the way to the wall. In to score is Riley. Heading home is Bourne. And the throw arrives on one hop, not in time. It's a 2 RBI triple for Gianna Lopez. And the Dolphins are within 3. It's 5-2 Spartans.
They have some life here late in this game, Joe. Lopez goes the opposite way. 2-run triple, a big hit, especially with this part of the order up coming up for the Dolphins. They now make it a 3-run game.
Lopez, as we mentioned earlier in the game, Nick, was late on pitches from Grace Pop. And in her 3rd plate appearance against the Spartans right-hander, she delivers a 2 RBI double. And is it just me, Nick, or did they have her played very shallow? As that one's fouled back by Madeline Paul, who's behind 0-2.
They do.
They had her played very shallow. It's almost as if they were playing as if to cut off a run from scoring on a single. They were very far in there, by my estimation, Nick.
Yeah, looking at the replay, you could see it. Even the outfielders were.
Yeah, they were far in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. And that one's fouled away. Paul still behind 0-2. And I think, Nick, it's fair to say you have to have this run at 3rd.
Yeah, even if it's an out, you get a sacrifice fly or a ground out, you got to find a way to bring home that runner from 3rd.
They're playing Paul in.
Yeah.
If she puts one in play, they're going to have to make a tough stop, you would think. That one's hit out towards shallow left, not deep enough to get the run in. And out like that stings with the runner at third. And less than 2 away. I talk about it all the time, Nick. Those are the runs you have to have.
Yeah, just not deep enough to get the runner home from third. A shallow fly ball almost into the outfield. It'll be up to Warner now with 2 gone to try to bring home that runner from third and Lopez.
Dolphins could still get the run in, and that might do it. It will not. Coming in to make the catch is Garcia. Warner was jammed and could not drop it in front of the stacked right fielder. Dolphins settle for 2 as we head to the 6th inning. Our score, St. Thomas Aquinas 5 and Staten Island 2. Naya Diaz at the plate to begin the 6th inning as she fouls the first pitch back, 0-1.
Now, Joe, we're just looking out into the field right now for the defensive alignment for the Dolphins. They made a substitution in this inning, looking really quickly. It's Lopez at third, Bourne now over at short. It's Warner at second, Judson at first, Morris in right, Mendoza in center, and they got the subs.
Mendoza is not in center. I think that's
what it
O'Neill
was.
in center.
Sorry, I didn't say the number, yes.
Yeah, and then Del Masto in left?
No, O'Neill.
Okay. Chopper to third. Lopez, strong throw, just in time. Diaz retired for the first out.
The second baseman, number 2, Elise Marcano.
That will bring up Elise Marcano.
Yeah, so O'Neill out in center, Riley out in left field still. Bourne is now at short.
Look how close Marcano stands to the plate. She began that at bat with her toes on that chalked line, if you can call it that.
Yeah.
What do you call it? The white turfed line, if it's not chalked?
Yeah, I guess it's white turf, yeah.
Yeah, look where her toes are.
Feels weird not to say the other thing.
Remember when Stephanie used to have to do the lines? That was only a year ago.
Yeah.
Was she still doing lines last year? That sounds bad. Was she still doing the chalk lines last year?
I think
Well, I'll tell you what she's not doing is flinching.
I think they had someone do them.
Okay. You weren't doing, were you doing the chalk lines last year, Steph? No?
Thank you for adding chalk in the beginning of
Yeah.
that.
Don't want there to be any confusion.
You were just talking about how you haven't said anything wrong.
There's a line drive into right center field. Off the glove of Morris. Backed up in center. O'Neill's throw, a good one. It was there in time, but the tag was not.
Single and an error, I think, on that play, Joe.
Yeah. Though I have to admit, Nick, I would almost not call that a routine play in right for Morris. I think that might be a double. She had to extend. I don't think it was routine. I think that's a double.
Number 6, Adriana Guerra.
Oh, they gave it a single and an error right now.
Okay.
I'll tell you that.
I think off the bat she did well just to get to it.
Let's see the replay.
Let's see if I'm right. I usually am. I think that's a double. I don't think it's a routine backhand stop there. She had to extend. It was in the gap. That's my opinion.
Now, the question is, will they change it?
No.
No. Also have an update from baseball game 2, Joe. It is 1-0 to Uville. They're in the bottom half of the first inning.
You're a bit behind, Nick.
Oh, I have to refresh, don't I?
It's 2-0.
It's 2-0.
Do I have to refresh?
No, I just refreshed it. It's 2-0.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Nick
that's.
Kiai, I got the start.
I think it's tough for any team to come off a loss like that in the first game of a doubleheader, and then you have to come immediately right back out afterwards and have to play a second game. It could be really demoralizing. You mentioned it the way that first game ended. So now trailing by 2, and you're in a 7-inning game. Keep in mind as well, like it's a lot for CSI trying to avoid losing those 2.
I think the toughest part of the equation, Nick, is when you suffer a loss like that against one of the Buffalo teams. And in baseball, there's just one. But let's say you're one of the basketball squads. At least you don't have to go out there and play right after.
Right.
You lose, let's say you lose the Friday game, whether that's Damon or Deauville in heartbreaking fashion. You have a day to regroup, and then you go back out on Sunday and play the second game. Next year, those games will be on Thursday and Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. One of these days, you have to take the trip up to Buffalo with me.
Eventually.
I'll tell you, I feel like I could drive anything now, Nick, so next year I might drive it.
I'm going to be in Buffalo in 2 weeks.
Seeing family?
Yeah, fortunately will not be here for senior day.
Okay. Now, is that softball senior day?
I believe that's baseball. I think they're at Dobbs Ferry.
Okay, so Sam Whalen for the road trip. We have to see if he has a meet.
Yep. So
what-
I will.
Let's check that schedule.
Actually, I might be there. I thought it was Saturday. They're doing it on Friday. I forgot about that.
Okay. We moved the,
They moved
originally that was Saturday.
it was originally a Saturday.
They moved it.
I maybe could make that work.
So it's Friday the 24th?
Yes. Could maybe make that work.
Yeah, you know, it was funny because originally I was not scheduled to cover a client game on Saturday the 25th, and I was told by my business partner, I don't have you on the schedule. And I said, that's odd. We don't have a game that day.
And I think
we did have a game that day, and we don't now.
we did. Because I remember not only I wasn't able to make it, Joe Calabrese also wasn't either. So we were trying to figure out the scheduling for that day.
Got it. Payoff pitch, hit in the air.
That's over us.
Over us. I want another chance, Nick.
Yeah, I was ready for it too. No camera. Joe Calabrese wants to let you know that.
Well, we do not have a client event that I would be covering that day, so clear on the 25th.
You've been all over the world these last couple weeks.
It's like an off day for me. Well, like I said, Nick, I feel like I can drive anything now. Buffalo seems like a cakewalk.
It was more of a pun towards the Finland league.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
we do have a client in Finland. Covered that game a week ago now.
Catcher number 23, Olivia.
I covered softball later that day.
Yeah.
I called 2.5 games that day. Meanwhile, it was a walk drawn by Adriana Coira. Spartans with 2 on. 1 out here in the 6th inning. As that pitch is in for a strike to Olivia Leone, 0-1. Bottom of the 1st inning, and Buffalo in danger of spiraling out of control for the Dolphins now. Bases loaded, 1 out, a 3-1 count. As Grenier misses away, 1 ball and 1 strike on Leone.
You mentioned it a lot. You and I have called a lot of games where a lot of runs have been put on the board. I, of course, missed that game. I could stack calling the doubleheader.
17-14.
Yeah, 31 runs.
There's a much-needed pop-up for Grenier and the Dolphins. Who's got it? And it is O'Neill. So the Dolphins kept Riley in left field.
Yes. O'Neill's now in center.
O'Neill is in center.
Number 33, Sophia.
Did they change during the inning? Or that was the alignment the whole time?
That's why. They changed it during the inning. That's why I brought it up.
Okay. It's now 3-0 in Buffalo.
3-0.
Word travels fast, Nick.
I didn't hear it. I just heard Calabrese say it.
So did I. It was a hit by pitch that brought the run in. There's a first pitch foul ball off the bat.
But the reason I bring that up is Wednesday. What does that have in store for us?
You asking me?
I'm just pointing out.
It's Heroes Day. It's the most important date on their schedule, arguably.
Yeah. Question is, will we have another?
You know what my question is? Will the concession stands be open?
I think you know the answer.
Yes. If they know what's good for them. Got to keep the on-air talent happy, you know?
Well, worst case, go to the Empire Outlets that are right by there.
Oh, I'm definitely going to the Empire Outlets. We're going to get there nice and early.
Wonder why. I think I could put two and two together.
That one fouled away.
Let's just say there's a lot of clothing, apparel over there.
True, but I'll be in the office that day, so we'll round everybody up. I'll swing by. I'll pick you up. We'll see who else wants to come for the ride. I'm sure Pat will join us. I'm sure everybody will join us, honestly. They'll all just go in my car. As that's blooped down the line, and
fair ball.
It is fair for a base hit. Into scores Marcano. Over to third goes Coira. And now, heading for second is Morella. And I did not see the call, Nick.
She was safe.
Okay. Yeah, the umpire was stationed over by third. I did not have a view from where we are behind the backstop. But
so she'll get an RBI single, and it will advance to second.
Morella drives in a run, and it's back to a 4-run advantage for the Spartans. 2 in scoring position, 2 outs. And Trinity Santiago will come to the plate with a chance to break this one open. Meanwhile, Marina Green, you're up over 140 pitches.
Yeah, through 98 yesterday. Our extensive outing here.
The 1-0. In for a strike, 1-1.
And do you think if she gets out of the inning, does she come back out for the 7th?
I think if it's still a 4-run game, she will. That one to the netting. 1-2 now. Green, you're a strike away from limiting the damage to 1. And I think what I said earlier in the game, Nick, still stands true. It's been, this game, a product of really good at-bats for the Spartans. They haven't hit Grenier particularly hard as Grenier strikes out Santiago to retire the side, but it hasn't been a game where she's gotten tattooed. It hasn't been a game where she's had big command issues. It's just been the Spartans wearing her down with lengthy at-bats, timely hits, and they do have 12 hits in the game as well, so credit to the Spartans on that front. We are through 5.5 from the CSI softball complex. Stack lead CSI 6-2.
Taryn Judson leads it off the Dolphins here in the home 6. Joe about to rejoin me in just a moment as they now trail this game 6-2.
Did you give the update from Buffalo?
I did not.
Well, our latest update from Buffalo has the game still in the bottom half of the first inning. The Dolphins trail 7-0. So a difficult ending to the early game, compounded by a difficult start to game 2, as Taryn Judson begins the home 6th inning with a ground out back to the circle.
CSI, of course, also play another game tomorrow, too, Joe. to wrap up that 4-game series with the Saints. And for this softball team, after today, they have a trip coming to Rockville on Wednesday, doubleheader with Malloy.
I think we were at the baseball field. Nick, silly question. I'm assuming the answer is yes. Did the complex that housed the baseball field also have the softball field when we were up there? Malloy? I don't remember seeing one.
I don't
That's why
remember
I
seeing
asked.
it either, yeah.
Yeah. There's a swing and a miss by Abby Morris, 0-1.
Because behind us was the soccer field, right?
Yeah, there was definitely a soccer and or football field.
Yeah.
But I don't recall seeing softball.
I don't remember seeing a softball either.
That one's popped up on the right side of the infield. And taking charge is the second baseman, Marcano. Two quick outs for the Dolphins in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Bridget Motley will be the batter. Pitch to Motley is taken for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1, fouled straight back, and can't phase me, Nick. That one right at me as I'm standing right now.
Not much phases us.
Not anymore. Been doing this a long time.
I think just internet connection at this point.
Oh, I'll tell you, the internet connection still phases me.
Yeah.
That one fouled back by Motley again.
Yeah, it's been not treating us well.
Well, what do we say? That every time we cover a game, we see something that we haven't seen before?
Yeah.
They do say nobody likes a liar, Nick, so that's not entirely true.
Well,
but many games we do see something that we haven't seen before, and during Game 1, the ejection for the malicious contact, we have not seen that before.
yeah, and as I mentioned too, Aaron, I believe it was in this game, I mentioned the re-entering not called for, so they gave the runner the base. I've never seen that happen. And I don't think I ever will again. Like, it's incredible.
And there's a called strike 3 on the inside corner. Motley down looking to retire the side. It's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Emma Grace Pop. And we head to the 7th. Spartans looking for some insurance in front by 4. And we are back for the 7th inning as there was an ongoing discussion regarding defensive alignment and re-entry for the Dolphins. Bridget Motley will take over at first base as that one is skied out to right and caught by Morris.
If I'm not mistaken, is that Motley's first time at first?
I think so. Yasmin Garcia retired quickly to begin the road 7th as Lauren Falk, the Game 1 starter, is going to get a pinch hitting assignment here.
The question is, are they going to bring these substitutions to me or Steph?
Let's see. You look like you're hard at work there, but the headset kind of gives it away, Nick.
You would think. Let's see. Ooh, no subs given. Wow.
No comment given.
No comment given
by
wow.
me. You know, I feel some kind of way sometimes. Falk, the batter, lines one to straightaway right, and that is a missile off the base of the wall. Falk headed for second. Throw on the way, not nearly in time. It was cut off by Warner, and it's a first pitch swing stand-up double for Falk.
That's her 4th hit of the season, Joe, and we saw what she did in Game 1, pitching-wise. Came in as a pinch runner also, and she rips a double into right field.
Jordan Gauthier, the batter. Gauthier 0 for 2 here in the second game of this doubleheader. And meanwhile, Nick, not to be lost in this, Marina Grenier approaching 150 pitches. But as I suspected, 4-run game, 6-2. The score in the 7th. I thought if she kept it at 4 runs, she would come out for this inning. And sure enough, the Dolphins sent her back to the circle. We've touched on it a bit, Nick, but how much of a difference do you think the day in between doubleheaders, or sometimes 2 or 3 days in between, really helps this Dolphins team short-staffed a bit?
Oh, it's tremendous if they get that day off. I think having to play 4 games in 2 days for a staff that, you know, is relying on most of the time 2 pitchers, you get that relief appearance maybe here or there for Powell, as Grenier walks the batter there to make it first and second, 1 out. But to get that day off is huge to give them just some rest. But I think we're going to have a pitching change, Joe, as we mentioned it.
Yeah, Powell's going to come in relief of Grenier. And I said it earlier, Nick, outside of that last ball, that was an absolute missile by Falk. We haven't seen too many of those in this game. It's been finding holes on the infield, working long at bats, and just driving up the pitch count for Grenier. A good job by this Spartans lineup here in Game 2. To run up her pitch count, put up 6 runs, and ultimately chase her from the game in favor of Emma Powell. So as Powell gets warm, we will step aside and take a break. Our score, the Spartans 6 and the Dolphins 2, as we play on in the 7th inning. Naya Diaz to the plate here with Spartans leading by 4. She hits one well, but right at Emma O'Neill, who tried to double up Falk at second. Falk back in easily as Warner reels in the throw.
Well, they might have had a better chance at first, but with the way the throw was, they wouldn't have gotten any of the 2 base runners on that one, but allowed out number 2 here in the 7th.
That will bring up Elise Marcano. And Marcano hits one out toward O'Neill in center.
And how about that? 2 pitches, 2 outs.
You'll take that if you're Powell. Spartans attacking the first pitch in consecutive ABs. Both go for outs, and the Dolphins will come to the plate down to their final 3 outs, trailing by 4. Our score, Stack 6, CSI 2. We'll be back for the bottom of the 7th in a few moments. Home 7th inning getting underway with a first pitch taken low and inside by Emily Riley, 1-0. Dolphins down to their final 3 outs, trailing 6-2. The 1-0, swung on and missed, 1-1.
Yeah, behind on that fastball right there by Pop.
Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Emily Riley to begin the home 7th. Dolphins looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Spartans and a 6th straight loss in conference play. Count now 2-1 on Riley.
Pop now is at 104 pitches in this game.
And the 2-1 is upstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike.
Wonder if I'm ever going to see a count like I saw against Malloy, 170 pitches thrown in that second game.
Yeah, that final call, when I clipped it, I realized that you noted the pitch count.
Yeah, I never have seen a pitcher go over 170 pitches in a game.
I've seen a pitcher throw over 200 in the
Really?
in a doubleheader.
Oh, okay.
I think the highest pitch count for either game was in the 140s. And Riley draws a leadoff walk to begin the home 7th. And that will bring up Presley Bourne.
Well, Bourne last time, Joe, went the opposite way with a base hit. We would love another one right here.
And Bourne takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. The 0-1, slapped foul, 0-2. Bourne quickly in a 2-strike hole, nobody out. In the bottom of the 7th, Dolphins trail 6-2. Hoping to rally and send it back to the top of the order. The 0-2 fouled away.
And it's worth pointing out as well, Joe, Bourne can get on. Dolphins would bring the top of the lineup back up to the plate with nobody out and a chance to get both base runners on.
Another 0-2. Bounce towards short. The throw to second for 1, and no play at first. Marcano will settle for the 1 out on the force play.
How about Coira on that play, Joe? That was not an easy play off that bounce over to short, but was able to get the play, played it perfectly, and get the flip over to second to get the lead runner out. As time being called once again.
Emma O'Neill, the batter. Didn't catch the reason for time. O'Neill showing bunt, pulls it back, throw behind the runner at first. And Bourne dives back in. The 1-0 again bunted at by O'Neal. It gets by, and no play for Grace Pop. Santiago charged aggressively. It got by her underneath the glove, and after that, Grace Pop didn't have a chance.
Yeah, Joe, she was going down that third base line trying to make the play, but look where she bunted the ball right back almost towards the circle, and that caused that to go under her glove and give a base hit on that bunt. Dolphins get one more base runner on. They bring the tie run to the plate.
Pitch on the way to Gianna Lopez, taken low and in. Well, I mentioned the Dolphins were hoping to turn it over to the top of the lineup. Our live stats were a batter behind, so O'Neal is hitting in the leadoff spot now. So
yes.
The Dolphins did turn it over.
That's O'Neal, who replaced Delmasto in center now, the number one hitter in the lineup.
Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike on Gianna Lopez. And there is a ringer. Nobody flinched.
Sound like you're at a hockey game with that type of a ring.
That was equivalent to a post shot on the ice. It puts Lopez behind 1-2. And Lopez fouls away another. If she can get on, Madeline Paul would come to the plate as the tying run.
Well, Lopez, of course, responsible for the only 2 runs of this game for CSI with that 2 RBI triple. It got to the inside on her a lot in this at bat.
Another 1-2, sliced foul again.
That time went to the outside and got her to chase, but made good contact. Another good battle brewing so far.
Lopez hit the ball very hard off of Grace Pop in her last at bat. Drove one all the way to the wall in right center field. And it's now 2-2 as that misses up and away.
If you're Pop, you got to find a way to get this out. You don't want to get Lopez on base because, as I mentioned, it brings the tying run to the plate for CSI.
2-2. Upstairs again, ball 3.
Now she's in danger of walking Lopez after being ahead of the count for most of this at bat.
Almost get the sense she has to throw a strike here, Nick. 3-2, popped up. Shallow left center. And caught for the second out of the inning.
And she did the right thing on that one, Joe, because a lot of the pitches on the inside had been called strikes, went right back to it and jammed Lopez on that at bat. Dolphins now down to their final out. Still a batter away from bringing the tying run to the plate. Madeline Paul will try to extend it.
Paul, the last hope for the Dolphins. And she takes high, ball 1. Olivia Warner on deck if Paul can keep the inning going. Paul 0 for 2 at the plate here in game 2. The 1-0. Upstairs, 2-0.
And you can't give Pop an opportunity to get a strike. Paul thought about swinging on those first 2, but held up and is up early 2-0.
2-0. And that is in for strike 2-1. The 2-1. Hit on one hop to short. Played with the bare hand by Coira. And she gets the out at second to end the game. The Spartans come into the CSI softball complex and sweep the Dolphins as they take game 2 by a final score of 6-2.
Yeah, and you got to get stat credit in these 2 games, Joe. You know, game 1, they went 8-0 on the run rule after 5 innings. Game 2, 6 runs on 13 hits. And it's something that we've seen over this course of time. This stack team, no matter who is there for them and each and every season, they can hit with the very best of this ECC conference. Of course, a former champion in this conference for multiple years. And they now have a really strong, impressive mark of 8-2 now in the conference this season. And for CSI, I think it comes down to this. The offense hasn't been in the last couple games for them, Joe. Game 1 had chances, were not able to bring home a run. Game 2, they were able to bring home 2 runs, but they still need to find some consistency in the offense for the next couple weeks. We mentioned it already Wednesday. They're back in Rockville against Malloy And I think it comes down to they get a couple of days off. That will help the pitching staff. Will that help the bats on Wednesday? We'll find out.
That's a big doubleheader against Malloy coming up later in the week because the Dolphins already have 2 wins over the Lions. If you win at least one of the 2 games, you secure a tiebreaker over at least one conference opponent. Typically, you need no less than 2 of those. So the Dolphins have swept Malloy already. They have swept Queens already. They will face both of those teams this upcoming week in Rockville Center, as you mentioned on Wednesday. You and I have the call back here on Saturday as the Dolphins host Queens College. But before that, we travel to Staten Island University Community Park on Wednesday night. That is our next broadcast as baseball will take on Felician University on Wednesday night. It is Heroes Night. We invite everyone to come out to SIUH Community Park and join us for that game. Admission will be free. We have to figure out exactly how that's being handled. Sometimes they do tickets. Be sure to check out the schedule page over at csidolphins.com for any information regarding that. But until Wednesday night, this has been Joe Foreman alongside Nicholas Bavona on the call. It is a sweep for St. Thomas Aquinas College in today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Next broadcast Wednesday night. Until then, everyone, thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your Saturday.